Okay, so you're gonna wait until the conflict comes up. He's looking for a reason. Morning, Rusty. Good to see you, Rusty. That I've got. I just got to have the connection to get into the. I don't know. I haven't really. It seems to be running fine. So I mean, I'm good as long as it runs. Right now, it's fine. No rush on it. No rush on it at all. No, I'll be fine at home this weekend. In the snow. In the snow. Good to see you, Rusty. Well, the shoe fits. Morning, ma'am. Yeah, the problem is
show on the road. Call the meeting to order of this Wilmington City Council Strategic Work Session. I will take a roll call this morning. I will also recognize that Council Member Neil Anderson is out of town and will not be with us there this evening. So at this time, I'm going to take the roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here? Present. Councilmember Rivenbark, are you here? Present. Councilmember Barnett, are you here?
Present.
Councilmember Spears, are you here?
I am here.
Okay. Councilmember Waddell, are you here? And the chair is here. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to turn this meeting over to our City Manager, Mr. Tony Caudill. Mr. Caudill.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. We appreciate you taking time from your busy schedules to spend most of the day with us going over the budget process. This is, as you know, those of you who are veterans of the council know that this is probably the most important of the workshops that we have, because we're in the process now of developing the budget, and we've got some major pieces that are coming together. While we do not yet have the departmental requests, some of the overall items are available with information, and we just need some general direction from you today. So we have some iterative processes that we are going to bring you up to date on today. Most specifically, we're going to talk to you about the nonprofit funding for outside agencies, and we're going to talk about the competitive wage salary study that has been underway with the Human Resources Department for quite some time. So we ask that you be active, give us your feedback as we go along. If we do not get feedback from you, we may pause and ask for if you have any feedback with regard to a specific direction that you think we ought to take with regard to where we are in this process. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Mortel. I do have one request. I am reminding all staff members you are to be masked while you're in a public meeting. And I am going to ask that after you do your presentations, if you will take a wipe and wipe down the counters for the next person so they don't have exposure to whatever you may or may not have.
So, Mr. Rivenbark?
Do you mind if they take their mask off when they're talking?
No, sir. I do not mind if they take their mask off when they're talking. Not at all. Ms. Mortel?
Thank you. I have one slide for you today. We are going to always bring up the strategies that we go over with you in every work session, and we kind of build on them as we get recommendations from you. Just as a quick reminder, we're going to continue with our acceleration of transportation projects. We need to be competitive in the workforce because of the current environment. We need to expand our RISE initiative. And then we need to be cautious in increasing our service delivery because we have a lot of needs in the city. And we were, council provided, like, we need to continue to focus on streets in November, and we need to look at it and be a little more active in looking for grant opportunities. Number 5, we need to use our fund balance strategically, and we typically do that every year and very responsibly. Prioritize enhancements based on the strategies and the priorities of the city as you have directed us and the city. One thing mentioned was to expand and explore our intern program and get people from the community, younger people potentially into our workforce. Be more aggressive with our cost projections. Sales tax is coming in. We have expenditures that are increasing because of inflation. Sales tax is higher than normal, and we're going to be using the current trends that we see instead of the average. And we will be coming back to you with revenue estimates in March. And then estimate our revenues modestly based on what we're seeing. And so with that, as Tony had suggested, we are going to be looking for recommendations and feedback and suggestions, so feel free to give us that. And I will continue to kind of note these things and come back potentially at the end to show you what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And if you will allow us, we're going to start with an update on the competitive processes this morning. Aubrey Parsley will bring you through the economic development partners and what we have thus far.
Good morning. Wait for the slides to come up. Thank you. All right, good morning. So this program is one that I know most of you are familiar with. It's evolved over the years, so I'll just provide a very brief history. Traditionally, this program has been managed by the City Manager's Office, and more specifically, the Economic Development Division. The application criteria includes a lot of economic development measures and metrics. That's what it's rooted in, so that's where it's been managed. Getting into a brief history and what the program is. This is a program that is available to nonprofits and not-for-profits. Anyone who applies really has to articulate how they enhance the city's economic development or provide community benefits. The program used to be done on an annual basis, so every year organizations would have to apply. Going back 6 years now, that changed to where we made this program a 3-year program that began in fiscal year 2017. So this program that we are now in the competitive process is the third iteration of our 3-year program. So whatever we award for this program is effectively a 3-year commitment. And before I get into this slide, I would like to briefly turn the floor over to our city attorney to go over some new laws that came out of General Assembly here recently that affect discussion on these items.
Mayor and members of council, this is more for the benefit of the public that may be watching so that they'll understand. The state just passed a new conflicts of interest statute 14-234.3, in case any of the public wants to look that up. This goes to whether or not a council member is on the board of a nonprofit or as the director or as an officer. The statute says associated with, but then it defines it very narrowly. And what I'm going to ask is if during the course of this, a nonprofit that any member of council is a director, officer, or on the board of, if that comes up and is being discussed specifically regarding an appropriation to it, if you would just make it known that we need to stop and allow you to recuse yourself. You'll just record your recusal with the clerk, and then you will step out and not take part of any deliberations that are specific to that nonprofit. If they're not specific to that nonprofit, if it's just overall what we're doing for nonprofits, then I don't interpret the statute to require a recusal. And I would just ask for your assistance in that and ask for folks to be understanding as we work through this new law.
Thank you.
Excuse me 1 second, real quick. Just for clarity, you have on new Voyage, that's the Voyage program. That program has been in place for a number of years, and that program has been applicable or has been making applications to the city every single year. So why is it identified as new? Is it asking for additional?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your question.
Are they because they're not new? Why are they put in the new category?
Oh, they are applying for this city program for the first time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So while they've received city funding from other pots, this is the first time they've gone for this specific funding program.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, sir. So this year's applications, we have some things that are different, some things that are the same. Most of the applications came from entities that we've funded in the past. Those are shown as returning. We currently have 11 different organizations that we fund through Civic Partnerships Program. So 9 are in the returning column, 2 are in the late column. I'll get to that here in a second. We did get a record number of applications this year in 17. So for the previous cycle, we went up from 9 applications to 11. Now this cycle, we're 11 to 17. So we ran the application window from mid-December to January 7th. Obviously, the timing of that was not great, being over the holidays and me transitioning into this new role. So even though I show 4 organizations marked up here as late, with 2 being current organizations that we fund through this program, I would argue that none were unreasonably late, and so staff still plans to review these applications and consider them for funding during our evaluation. But the main takeaway here is this program is getting a lot more interest than it has in the past.
Aubrey, real quick, how late were these for?
None were over a week late.
Okay, and so how much heads up do they get on the deadline?
So that's where I think staff fell a bit short, especially on the returning applicants. They were not directly reached out to say the application process was reinitiating. I was not able to do that until we returned from the holidays, so really gave them, some of them were able to apply with just a week's notice. Others asked for just a little bit more time and submitted a couple days late.
Okay, thank you.
They were not later than a week. I'm sorry. You did say, excuse me.
Yes.
You did say
Not later
they're
than a
not
week.
later than a week. That's what you said. All right.
Yes, sir.
I understand. Thank you.
And Councilman Waddell, we advertised, put out press release. We did try to cast as wide a net as we could to make folks know that this application process was coming about. But if you happen to miss, the Star News article on the day that came out, you would not have been aware unless you specifically went to the city website and saw that the application process was on. So in the vein of continuous improvement, we have some good notes for the next cycle, how we can make sure we make more folks aware in a timely manner. And probably better to not have the application process when we have it. But this year it was just, we were a victim of circumstances a bit.
Proceed.
So record number of applicants and a record number dollar amount being requested. I put a series of numbers up here just to paint a picture and provide some points for reference. The first 3-year program that we funded at a level of about $450,000 per year. The next cycle, which was fiscal year 20 to 22, we got about $665,000 in requests in, and ended up funding $514,000 of that 665 requests. For this cycle, we proposed a roughly 10% increase to our current level of funding, which comes out to be $566,000 of that $0.6 million that I show up there. But we got in over $1 million in requests this year. So not only more applications, adding to this number, but the applicants that are returning are asking for more money than they have in years past. So plan is, even despite seeing really a request coming in at 2 times what we have roughly earmarked for this program, we plan to proceed in evaluating applications under the premise that we will have about $560,000 in awards to spread over these organizations unless we receive direction otherwise. So just a couple more points before I wrap things up. And sorry, just going back to the other slide for a moment. Staff has compiled all the applications, but we have not gone through the evaluation process yet. We will provide our recommendation to you in March in terms of funding levels for each of these organizations. But back to this slide, just a couple more points before I wrap up. The first is, when you look at our current slate of organizations that we fund through this program, I would argue that only really 3 of these organizations are doing what many would consider traditional economic development work. So that's adding jobs, wages, workforce development, attracting investment in the community. The other 7 or 8 are really geared toward arts and cultural programs, which certainly generate economic activity, but that's not quite the same thing as economic development work. So for these few applicants that have been receiving city money for a long time, they've been good partners of the city for a long time, have a good track record, it may provide better strategic and managerial alignment to bring these applicants out of the Civic Partnership Program and into economic development's operating budget as contractors. So I pose that question here for council's consideration. It would reduce the complexity of evaluating some of these applications as they come in, because they're really disparate functions between organizations. It makes for a hard basis for comparison, and among a few other things. But that's just an item for consideration. When we come back with our proposal in March, we can discuss that further. This is the last slide for me here. These are really the 2 takeaways I hope council would have today. The first point you heard me make before, which is we got a lot more money in requests than we have earmarked, but despite that, our plan is still to proceed as though we only have $566,000 to award across these 17 applicants. The last point that's on here that I'd like to make, and it's a good segue for Suzanne, who's coming up here after me, is some of these organizations are applying for funding from the city from multiple different programs. So when we come back to you in March, anytime there's a recommendation, we'll be sure to put up all the other applications and requests for funding that these organizations have put in, so council has the benefit of a full picture of what the city ask is from each of these organizations.
And also from other governmental groups?
We can add that, yes, sir, we can add that to it.
Thank you.
Could I, Aubrey, a couple of things. What is the percentage of the overall budget, since you have a dollar amount, the $500,000 or whatever, what's the percentage of the overall budget that you all are thinking you're going to spend on the total?
So the overall budget number is, what, north of, it's 130 million, somewhere?
Laura, do you have the specifics?
Yeah, well, I can base it on the last year with both of the competitive agencies, we were almost at 90 to 92% of a cent, of 1%, sorry. 0.92.
We're just under 1%. Is that
Just
what
under
you're
1%.
saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And your financial management policy wants, states it needs to be a 0.5%. But we just noted in the transmittal, and we can always change that based on your direction.
Yeah, I think at some point we had a discussion about moving that percentage up to try to have more funding. You know, so I would certainly like to see it at least 1%. But we can figure that out later, but I was just curious as to what it was. The other question is, I think it will be informative to know how much some of these organizations have received in ARPA funds, because when we were giving out some of the grants, some of the organizations have gotten like $500,000 in ARPA money, you know. And so I think, you know, as Charlie said, I think we need to see where people are getting large sums of money, so we know what their budget is and how badly they need our money.
Understood.
Okay, Luke?
And Aubrey, you said in the March meeting, you should have that scheduled out for us, right? If they've received ARP funds versus, I guess, county funds, things like that, then we'll kind of have a chart of where they received monies and what they're requesting from us.
Yes, that's the plan. We'll paint that full picture for council.
Great. And the only other item, I would advocate for a hard cutoff. I think staff is busy, and a lot of people, it's obviously becoming more competitive. We've got over $1 million that people are asking for, and we have budgeted 566. So I'd advocate a hard cutoff. Obviously, we give ample time to apply and put it out as everywhere we can, but it doesn't seem fair to the other folks who got in on time for us to just keep an open window and then close it arbitrarily, whenever we feel like it. So that's just something I would advocate for.
I, on the other hand, advocate for grace. Okay, and the only reason I do that is because a lot of things have happened. You just mentioned if they don't see it in the Star News the week that it's presented, it may not be there. So I'm always lenient toward grace, and especially if you say it's only a week late. If it was 8 days late, then maybe. But anyway, that's just my thought.
Well, you mentioned, I was getting ready to ask, and you brought it up before I could say it. You are going to change the way some things work with regard to notification. If the Star News had 70,000 circulation, that'd be different. It doesn't. Websites, there's a great deal of people out there that wouldn't know how to go to a website if their life depended on it. So, I don't know how many we've got, it's considerable, but there needs to be some personal notification to these folks, because I tend to agree with Luke on this, and I appreciate the grace part that Cliff talks about, but you have deadlines for a reason. And if it's the city's kind of responsibility to make sure that happens, then we need to do a better job, and you've just said that you intend to. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I do.
I got one question, too. Laura, you mentioned somebody suggested that we stick at 0.5%. Who was that, or what was that?
That was our policy.
I don't think that was a recommendation. I think that is a previously adopted council policy
Oh, okay.
of
Okay.
0.5%. But we have not abided by that in a couple of allocations now. We've been almost at 1%.
Okay, thanks. All right, good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne, if you want to come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Cottle, members of council. As you may recall from our previous meetings, we were asked to and have made some changes in the competitive process for what was previously called public service grants. We're now referring to them as human service grants, and we made some changes to make sure that the process really looks at and allows for more equity, and that we're inclusive in reaching out. So that's one major change that you'll see reflected when we go through the presentation. Also, this year, with the help of IT and many others, we were able to put the grant process on an online platform. And some of our other agencies in the community use that type of a platform, and we've had a lot of feedback about getting up to speed. And so we've tried to do that, and it worked relatively well. I've asked Terry Burhans, who is actually the person in the front line with this process, to come forward and give you guys a more detailed presentation about the process thus far. So with that, I'll ask Terry Burhans to come forward. Terry, I'm just going to leave that there for you.
Mayor, Council, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to tell you a little bit about the Human Service Grant Project. So, as you can see, our timeline, on December 9th, the RFP went out, it was advertised, it was distributed to a database of partner agencies that we have that have been funded in the past or have expressed interest. We also put this out on some partner services, listservs, organizations shared it, so it was pretty widely shared. We had a social media campaign as well with that. We had 2 workshops. Those workshops are mandatory for anyone who is applying for funding. Those were held on December 17th and January 5th, and our application deadline was January the 18th. So right now we are actually in the review process, and we offer every agency an opportunity to come in for a 20-minute interview as part of their grant application so we can ask them questions. This year that will be done virtually, unfortunately, but so we'll be doing that on a virtual platform. And we have a review team of 5 reviewers who will be reviewing those applications. So the mandatory workshop and one-on-one, we actually had 51 agencies who attended that, 61 representatives, so you did have some duplicates, agencies sending multiple people. We had a few who reached out and needed some one-on-one, so we were able to provide that technical assistance. We received 38 grant applications this year. There were 2 joint applications. There were some agencies who applied for multiple programs, so there were 35 total agencies who were applying for 38 different programs, and there are 10 new agencies, so you received a list of those, and I believe those are in blue on your list. The total funds requested was $1,427,992.50. So we do have some multi-year funding that council has supported in the past, and so we wanted to bring those to your attention. This is the last year of the COG Continuum of Care, and you funded them $250,000 total over a 5-year period of time. Last year, the food bank building campaign was new, and that was also a 5-year agreement, and they're in year number 2 of that. In addition to the competitive process, the Rise Together initiative also awarded funding through council, and the Blue Ribbon Commission received $115,000 in that funding. Dreams was $80,000. Community Enrichment Initiatives received $8,000, and Link received $35,720. So if you look at our budget last year versus this year, you can see that we increased slightly the amount for 23-24, and this is a 2-year cycle. So if they have applied this year, the funding would be for 2 years, but as you know, we can't commit that funding only to 23-24 when you vote, but we won't go through the application process. We do that every 2 years. So you can see the difference this year is significantly higher than last year, and so this year the difference in what was applied and what we have available is $738,000, $503.50. We did change some focus areas this year, so there were 5 focus areas. An agency can check more than one focus area because certainly their programs can overlap with various areas. The areas were to lower the risk of youth violence, improve economic conditions and promote prosperity to low and moderate income citizens, provide a safe haven for vulnerable citizens, particularly domestic and sexual violence, child abuse and neglect, prevent displacement of housing by doing housing repairs, and last, to increase healthy and nutritious food to households experiencing food insecurity. So the majority of the clients that these agencies serve must be at or below 80% of the median income. So we do specifically gear our grants toward low to moderate income recipients. So if you break it down by focus area, again, you're going to see some overlap, so these numbers aren't necessarily going to add up, but it does kind of give you a snapshot of what programs are coming into play here. So there were 22 who are addressing youth violence, 13 economic prosperity, providing safe haven 9, housing displacement 5, and access to nutritious food, there were 12 agencies. Just to point out a couple of changes that happened this year, as Suzanne mentioned, we did put a $10,000 minimum on the grant, a $50,000 maximum. They could apply in a joint application or for a second program, but no organization can receive more than 75 total. The payment of the grant we changed. Some of the feedback we got from some of our smaller agencies who were having difficulty accessing the application and the funding was that they don't have the money to put out up front right away. So we did change that depending on, that's one of the recommendations we'll make, is that the request of up to 25% of the grant can be awarded up front. Before they would receive any additional funding, they would have to provide the invoices, the receipts, and third-party verification that that money was spent appropriately before they would be able to draw down more.
Quick question.
Sure.
So the payment of grant and funded agencies will be able to request up to 25% of the total grant award upon execution of funding agreement. So how long is that process? We award an organization, a nonprofit, a grant. How long does it take for them to receive the actual grant? Do they receive it in whole, in part, or what?
I believe I understand your question. If I don't, please clarify. But
I hope you do.
So it generally takes So that's a difficult question. We start as soon as that funding is approved by council to get those funding agreements together. They do have insurance requirements, and they have to provide performance measures and budgets that are accurate. So as soon as they can get those to us, we start those application processes. So it really is, we help them along, we offer technical assistance, but until we get that documentation, we aren't able to execute those agreements. So that can vary, to answer your question.
Yeah, that does answer my question, and that's, should we not change up the application process? So like, are we not vetting them when they put in the application so that they could receive the awards quicker?
Yes, as part of the application, they were given the insurance requirements. So that was part of that workshop, that mandatory workshop. So we covered that in great detail, what they would need to do upon being awarded funding and what they would have to have in place. But the application itself is in review right now. That would be after they receive an award that we would move into that executing of the agreement. And we have moved to digital signatures to try to expedite that process as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad you understood my question.
Me too. So the evaluation criteria that we apply when our review panel sits down and looks at these applications, these are the broad categories. So for a joint application, they'll receive 10 extra points. If they put all of their agency information in as requested, they'll get 30 points. We look at the experience and the capacity of the organization, and that can be awarded up to 25 points. Their program overview is 30 points. This year, we did add a diversity, equity, and inclusion part of the evaluation criteria, so that's an extra 15 points. The budget and fiscal management, we do not fund anybody who does not have an agency budget. So that is required on the application, and that's 30 points. The work plan, how they're going to achieve it, what their outcomes are going to be, that's going to be 30 points. And then we have the ability, if someone has not performed, meaning that they haven't done their reports, or that they just aren't drawing down their funding, they haven't executed their agreement, they can lose points for that. And that subtraction of points was an effort to equal the playing field and make the process more accessible to new organizations. We used to award points, we now subtract. So that kind of puts everyone on an even playing field.
Quick question. So we used to require a completed application in order to even be considered, but we saw some, I think this is my understanding, we saw some newer agencies trying to apply, maybe unfamiliar with the application process and not submitting it completely or wholly to y'all's standards. And so instead of just saying we're negating anything that's not a completed application, we're just deducting points.
We do deduct points for an inaccurate or incomplete application. The agencies who have applied in the past, they all go through the same application process. So, but there were several new ones this year. And so the 20-point deduction are just for the agencies that have already been funded in the past, and we look at their past performance to determine that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If I can't, I know that Suzanne's happy to answer them.
Could you go back to that last slide real quick?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
You know, we're always looking, or we're trying to work with organizations that work well with other organizations that we're supporting. So let's just say we have several organizations that are working on youth violence. The collaboration between those agencies to determine if they're working together, should we be giving, or are y'all giving any points for that?
That is in the evaluation criteria. If anyone would like to see that, we did bring copies of that. But collaboration is one of the questions that we ask about on the application and how they're collaborating, and it is factored into the evaluation criteria.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Before we leave that slide, can we go back to that slide, please?
Oh, Dylan?
There we go.
There we go.
Councilman Waddell asked about incomplete and inaccurate applications. The old process used to award points for having been funded earlier. And so instead of adding points, we now deduct points away from those folks who submit an incomplete applications. It's kind of the second side of the same coin.
I understand. I guess my concern is just first time looking at this is how incomplete can an application be for us to still consider them for funding?
If they made the application deadline and got their application in, their application will be reviewed.
So they could put their Luke Waddell agency and then submit it with that, just blank, and it'll still be reviewed.
It will,
It would get a lot of negative points.
but you're not going
and
to
it's not
get
gonna
very
make it
many
through.
points in those
Okay.
categories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions about the competitive agency process, we'll move on to the market study update. Al Ragland, who is serving as our interim deputy city manager, will go overview this process for you and this product. We apologize for it not getting to you until today, but this has been a hot product in the making, and is probably still in the making as he comes to the podium today. So we apologize in advance for not having it to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. What I'd like to do is share with you the information that we've compiled over the last several months in terms of what we look like, what the trends are, kind of how we got where we are, and kind of where we feel like we might need to go. So with that, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but some of these numbers have changed, so it's good to have this information that's as current as you can get it. So we're still in a very competitive market. The economy still is very strong. If we look at unemployment on a national level, there's 3.9%. It's 3.7 for North Carolina, which just changed the other day from 3.9. And then here in Wilmington, we're sitting at about 2.9 in terms of the unemployment rate. We're still seeing a lack of skilled workers. The baby boomers are kind of exiting the workforce. They're retiring. And so you're seeing a whole new crop of folks come in. Last year, millennials were the largest generation in the workforce. So as we can see, the generations are changing, and a lot of dynamics of what they like and want are changing as well. Some of you probably heard this last year. You've heard the Great Resignation. Back in September of last year, 4.5 million people left their jobs. And then again in November, 4.1 people, individuals left the workforce. Now, about 40% of those went somewhere else. They went for a number of reasons, better pay, flexibility, but still there's about 10 million job openings out there right now. So as you can see, we've got a very scarce, the supply and demand are not matching up very well at this point in time. Our workers continue to want better pay, they want better benefits, and again, more flexible working arrangements. You'll see a lot of folks today that want to work virtual. They don't want to come to an office. And that's why a lot of those folks I mentioned up there, the 4.5 and the 4.1 million, that's why they left the workforce in large in part. So let's take a look at us, the city of Wilmington. If you look back over the last 5 years, if you recall, we did the last study back late 2017 and implemented it in 2018. And as you can see, by doing that, the turnover went down by about 3 percentage points. Fluctuated a little bit in 19 and 20, and this past year we were up to 15.5. The current fiscal year we're in now, FY22, we're in 6 months, first 6 months, 9.3. If that holds true for the rest of the year, you're talking about close to 18% turnover. If you take a look at, and this is national at the very bottom, because we got it from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the turnover nationally is about 21, a little over 21%. So If it keeps holding true this year, as I just said, 18%, we're getting close to what the national average is in terms of turnover.
Mr. Ragland? So this is a trend nationwide,
Yes,
not just locally that we're doing.
that's right, right. This is not just a Wilmington issue, this is all over. So if you take a look, we sort of broke it down by key areas, parks and landscapes. They're up this past year over 33% turnover. Streets, 47, stormwater, 26.8. And if you look at trash and recycling, over 20% for the last 2 years.
Al, looking at these,
Back up. Do you want me to back up?
No,
Okay.
looking at these turnover rates, of those numbers of people, how many of those people are in upper management, department heads, senior staff? How many, what's the turnover ratio for them?
It's not as high. It's more on the entry-level jobs up to the kind of the middle part of the organization.
That's my point. It's the entry-level people up to a certain point. Why do you think that?
Again, it goes back to some of the things I just said. I mean, a lot of those folks, we've had people leave us to go to work in the construction industry for $1 an hour more, just $1. They're thinking very much about how much money do I have today to spend to buy milk, gas, and those kind of things, and that's what they're thinking about. Not so much long-term, I'm going to have a pension plan. They're thinking about this far in front of their face.
And that leads me to my point that maybe we need to completely rethink the way we pay people. If those are the things that are driving these high numbers, I mean, it's insanity to continue doing the same thing we've always done and continue with these high numbers. And these high numbers, I mean, this is bad, but boy, that reaches right down and affects every citizen of this city. Streets, parks, rec, I mean, that affects their quality of life.
Right.
So we need to do something, and it may have to be something drastic.
Right.
To maybe redistribute the wealth in the city payroll and let some of that money filter down to some of these entry level and up to the point where you just mentioned where the turnover occurs.
Right. I think I'm going to get to that piece, and so if I don't answer it, I don't completely answer it, you ask me again. But I'm just kind of give you the landscape, and then I'm going to go into more of the details in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I look at the sworn areas and uniform areas, police and fire, police over 13%, police getting close to 11%. Just this week, we had 3 more police officers leave. One did retire, but 2 left to go to another police force, and again, for more money. And if we look at uniform police, while it's at about 10.6, we've also got to get ready to ramp up for Riverlights, and that's later this year. So when you think about that, we've got a number of positions in our fire organization that we're going to have to ramp up later this year.
Mr. O? This 13.6, this is City of Wilmington, correct?
Correct.
Do we have the national average as compared to our local? Because I would assume this is another trend. Tough year to be a police officer.
Right.
So I would assume that we're not alone in this.
Right. I don't have the specific data, but I can tell you that we're tracking pretty much with everyone else.
Okay.
So, for example, and I'm going to hit on a slide here in just a minute. Matter of fact, I'll go to it right now. So let me do this, Luke, and then I'll partly answer that question. So if you think about it right now, we have 1,081 budgeted positions. We currently have 132 vacancies. Over the last 5 years, I've never seen us have more than 30, maybe 40 openings max at any given time. And right now we're sitting at 132. Now, I can compound that a little bit if I take a look at our police force. We just hired just a few weeks ago about 17 new officers. Well, they're going through training. I can't use them, Dinah can't use them for probably 6 to 9 months. Am I going to have some more turnover between now and then? Probably so. And likely we'll see the same thing on the fire side as well, and across the organization. At one point, we were close to having 50 vacancies in police, and we were getting pretty close to that on the fire side. I talked to Raleigh. Raleigh had about 50 police officer vacancies. Fayetteville had about 50. Durham had about 50. Asheville had 80 police officer vacancies. So just to give you an idea, I hope that kind of answers your question. Yeah. So again, this is not a Wilmington issue. This is a national issue we're dealing with. So here, just want to kind of go through just some highlighted areas. If you take a look at the total number of positions in any of those, you'll see the vacancy rate. So if you look at tree trimmers, Amy has only 2 people that can do trim work. And if last week when the storm hit, she would have had to hire outside people to help augment getting trees trimmed. Now, firefighters carry chainsaws, but they can't cut a tree that's this big around and try to get it out of the way. So that's where you use tree trimmers. So she's got like a 78% vacancy rate in just those 9 positions. And I could go all down the list. You look at police, 16%, firefighters, about 13%. If you look at the folks that pick up our trash, RTS operators, 14%. Heavy mechanics, we have 5, and 2 are already gone, and 1, as I understand, I think, is being courted right now. And so if we have to buy that service, mechanic service outside, it's a significantly higher cost for the city. I highlighted the finance department. I mean, it's 33 people. They're down 10. They've got a 30%. And again, this is impacting people because they're having to pick up a lot more work, and we're still not getting it all done. So if you think about this, it creates a lot of staff burnout, so it leads to turnover and people just being out of work, just absent, I just can't do it. So right now we've got 37 people out on medical leave. And if I go back to prior to COVID, that number has increased by 91%. So back in 2018, there were about maybe 30 people out. And since then, it's been, I think in 2020, there was 90 people that were out in 2020, and about 60 out and 35 out this year already. So when you think about that and take a person, they're doing their work plus 20% of another person just to kind of keep heads above water. So that's kind of where we are right now. Obviously, it has an impact on trying to deliver services.
Excuse me. Are we seeing most of these vacancies, is it COVID related?
It's a mixture. Some of it's COVID related, and some of it is, we've had some people that actually check into some mental health facilities. So it is mental health, a bit mental health related as well.
Mr. Wright, you said before at the beginning that the millennial workforce was the highest increase into the workforce last year, right? Do we, as a city, especially for our salaried office staff, do we leverage technology to allow for remote work? Even if they live locally, they can live at home. I think we could leverage and probably get some solid talent that just doesn't want to come into the office every day. And I think we have that availability. It's inexpensive, and the technology is inexpensive. I don't know how much we leverage it, if at all. I mean, do we have any remote work currently? And
yes.
If so, is there a percentage of that we could get?
Yeah, when COVID really hit, a lot of folks, other than those that in the sworn positions, that had to be out there. But there's staff folks, administrative staff, support organizations, a lot of folks were able to work from home that could. And the technology was there, so they were able to take their laptops home.
Are they currently? I mean, do we still leverage remote work?
Not as much as we were then, but
Why?
yes, it is. Some of it's whether they would rather be in a building or be at home. So it's kind of a mix.
Okay.
But we have a policy that offers that capability to do it. So it's up to the department based on their needs.
Heads? Is it up to department heads?
Yes.
So some of the positions can work from home, but are better suited for working in the office. Those folks have come back to the office. There are others that it makes no difference as to whether they work inside or out, and then there are others who work a few days in the office and a few days out of the office. So it's a mixed bag.
Is there any way we could get a breakdown of what that looks like currently versus maybe what we were doing during peak COVID to see? I mean, I'm sure we were operational during peak COVID, and we still had quite a few probably a higher percentage of remote work happening.
Can probably get an approximation. I don't know that we tracked it. We just said if you can work from home, then let them work from home. But I'll see if I can get you some data on
Yeah,
it.
I'd like to know how much we're doing currently, really.
Gotcha. Got it. Okay. So if you take a look at this chart, reasons why people are leaving, typically it's 3 reasons. It's either involuntary, which means they were terminated for performance or violation of policy or something of that nature. Retirements are pretty straightforward. People have put their time in and they want to go home and do some other things. And then voluntary is kind of what we're talking about here today is people wanting to make a career change, wanting an advancement, another job, some cases relocating back to where they came from, and then some dissatisfaction with job. So if you look at the donuts at the bottom, the left is kind of the average over the last 5 years. If you look at the voluntary, primarily if you look at the voluntary, about just almost 67% voluntarily left over the last 5 years. If you look at this past fiscal year, that number jumped by 10 points, 10 percentage points. So again, that kind of tells you what we've just been talking about, this sort of, this is the data. This is what we get from exit interviews. So if you think about the top 4 reasons as to why people leave, you know, it's either another job or it's career change, advancement, relocation, or dissatisfaction. I always say if you take the blue and green, which is another job or career change or advancement, it's a lot of times the same. It's the way the person answered the question. They may say, well, I went to another job. Well, typically you go to another job because you get more pay. Some just said it's a career change or I can advance my career. I can move up in the organization. So if you take the blue and green, as you see, those are the largest segment in any given year over the past 5 years. The gray is people might have relocated home, and what we find in some of the conversations that we've had is they move back home so the parents could take care of the kids because they couldn't afford child care, rent here, and the money that they're making. The positive on this chart is kind of the gold, if you will. If you look over the past 5 years, job satisfaction has shrunk from 10 to about 2.5. So people aren't leaving because of dissatisfaction of the work. It's pay. So if you look over the last 5 years, and this is recruiting for positions. So back in 2018, we'd get almost 80 applications per recruitment, per posting. And about 64 of those would be qualified candidates that we could obviously look at as being qualified for the position. Let's fast forward to this past year, FY22. That number has dropped to 28 people applying for jobs and about 18 being qualified. If you think about the first 6 months of this past fiscal year, we've already recruited 123 people in within a 6-month period of time. And again, as I said before, we don't have 34 openings at any given time during the course of a year. I think this chart also shows you that the quality and quantity of candidates that are applying for jobs is shrinking considerably. So if we look at kind of the competitive trends out there in the market, obviously wages continue to rise. Companies are making adjustments, to your point, Luke, looking at can you work from home, can you do, what other kind of things can you do, because there is a scarcity. Again, it's a supply and demand issue of openings versus people being able to do or want to do the work. This past year, inflation outpaced wage growth at 7%, so the average worker saw about a 2.4% pay cut. So in other words, when you go out, yes, it may have gone up, but guess what? I go out and buy a gallon of milk, I go buy gas, it isn't the same price as it was. One thing to understand is our benchmarks are doing the same thing we're doing right now. They're doing studies because they're in the same position. So again, it's not a Wilmington issue. This is all over the place. Again, I'm probably being a little bit redundant, but obviously we're trying to take a look at how we can be competitive and attract people, but also be able to hold on to the resources that we have. We started, my team started last summer trying to gather this data, and it's a lot of data together because every municipality has a different ranking of their jobs, and you got to try to match all those jobs and job descriptions, so it's a lot of work. And I want to thank Kim Sampson for leading that effort, and Clayton Roberts, part of my team, and some other folks that really put a lot of time and effort to get us to this point. So when you think about who do we look at, our current benchmarks are the ones up top. The 10 up top are the ones we typically look at in the studies. This time we said, because we've heard you mention, well, what about regionally or locally? Because guess what? We have to compete locally as well. So regional benchmarks, we looked at Brunswick County, New Hanover County, Carolina Beach, and Leland. And you might say, why that? Well, we've lost a number of people to those organizations. And they only have to turn the steering wheel a different direction to go to work because they're so close. Some of our people live in Brunswick County, some live in Carolina Beach, some live in Leland. And so, so we thought, let's take a look at and see what they're paying. We also looked at some other, what I call seaport cities like Wilmington, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and Savannah that are fairly close to us. And then we also looked at some other data from NCLM, that's North Carolina League of Municipalities. So that's all the municipalities across the state. So we looked at the data from them as well. And Catapult is it's an HR organization that does studies, and so we've participated in their studies as well. So it gets a lot of public as well as private sector information for us. So we looked at, when we did this, we looked at all of those.
Quick question, Mr. Ragland.
Yeah.
So this next slide with all the percentages of us being below market, that's an aggregation of the current benchmarks, the regional benchmarks, the added benchmarks in the NCLM and Catapult, all aggregated together to get that data, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if we get to the findings, obviously our pay ranges are falling behind the market. So if you look on average, firefighter, 14% below market, police, 13% below market. Our hourly workers, 9%, salaried workers, about 8% below market. Some of the things that we're looking to do is try to enhance where we are. So looking at pay, but also looking kind of where people are, where they might need to be, because some of the data would suggest we may need to make some adjustments in terms of people and where they might be in the particular job grade that they're in. One of the things that we wanted to do was add a trainee position for police and fire so that when they graduate and they're now sworn or uniform, they can get a bump in pay. Today, you know, they don't get anything. It's just thank you for graduating and you get on the truck. So this is to give them some incentive to say, hey, you know, you graduated, so here you go. Here's a slight increase. We also looked at the spreads, and there was a spread difference between the minimum of the range and the maximum of the range, and we just said, let's make them the same. I think the range for police might have been 55, and we said, why keep up with the differences? It's only 5%, so let's just make them the same. And it matched the market data as well. So what we're saying is employees might receive a market adjustment not to exceed 50% unless they're below the new minimum. Then if I look at hourly, one thing that I'd like to thank you for, we now have moved, as of this month, to a minimum of $15 an hour. So our entry-level positions now at $15 an hour, and actually today is payday, so it'll show up in this check, so it was effective January 1. We couldn't afford to put it in earlier in the fiscal year, but we put it in January, and so going forward, they'll be at the minimum will be $15 an hour. And it was, look for your information, was around just under $13 an hour. Okay. If I look at salaried, again, just to sort of match the market, is moving it from a 50 to a 30, from a 50 to 60% spread on the range from top to bottom. And then with the data, we wanted to make sure we were placing positions in the appropriate grade based on the market data. So again, some places we might have been out of kilter a little bit with whether somebody was in one grade or another, and it's pretty minimal. Again, impact employees might receive a market adjustment not to exceed 10%, again, unless they're below the minimum. And if we look kind of at the executive, or call it the department head, the market would suggest, again, to give yourself flexibility, that you have a 70% spread versus 50. So as you go out to look for talent, you may have to look at where you want to align that person against the market and, of course, internal equity. There were a couple of grades that we were looking at combining at the department head level, except for finance, police, and fire, and those tend to be your more higher paid roles within any organization, police and fire and finance. We'd remove all appointed positions from grades, and the appointed positions, the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, you decide what their salary is going to be. So as I've done before, I'll give you the market data, and you can decide what you want to pay them. No other municipality has them in grades or bands, and so there's no need for us. You decide what their pay is going to be. We'll give you the range and say, here's a range of the data we're seeing, and then you can make the decision in terms of what you want, and that's what we've done in the past. So we'll kind of get into summary and kind of the bottom line in terms of cost on another slide, but just wanted to say that, what we're trying to make sure is that we adjust the ranges so we're competitive with the market data. We want to make sure we place positions in the appropriate grades based on the market data, so there may be a small number of position grades that might change. And then we want to ensure that we adjust employee salaries in proportion to the new range. Always a kind of so what of what it is you're trying to do. And again, I think to be competitive, ensure that we can attract and retain a talented workforce, obviously to reduce turnover of existing staff, increase productivity, employee morale. When you're having to do two people's job, how long can you keep doing that? And you can't do it but for so long.
Al, I got a question.
Yes.
So we moved to a minimum of $15 an hour, right?
Correct.
So was there an adjustment for others in our organization?
In order to do the $15 an hour, there were people that were at 15 that moved to $15.75. So to avoid compression, we made the adjustment to $15 an hour, and those who were at $15 an hour, we moved to $15.75.
Okay. And then everybody else kind of remained the same for a while, but...
Correct.
But you'll have to look at some sort of an adjustment for them or not?
I think...
Because I'm only asking that because, we're hearing the $15 an hour minimum across the nation. And so, we hear that and it sounds good, but then you'll have to factor in what, like you said, the people who were at 15 being moved to 15.75 or more. But, there has to be some type of an adjustment throughout your organization, I would think. So that's why I'm asking you, you're the expert.
Right. So, yeah, they will be included as part of the overall, whatever decision is made in terms of any movement in terms of pay.
Thanks, Al.
So, look at a couple options here to put before you. And again, as Tony said, certainly want to get y'all's feedback when I finish presenting, or you might want to think about it and we'll come back another day. But if you think about option one is if we move folks in proportion but not to exceed 10% unless below the new minimum, that cost is about $5.5 million. Another option to think about is if you take a look at our sworn and uniformed police officers, not to exceed 15% unless they're below the new minimum. And if you remember on the earlier slide, police and fire were in the 15% behind market, so that would be about appropriate place to put them. The other folks were in the 8 and 9% range, so again, no one would get more than 10. So we would be somewhat matching what the market data has provided us. Cost of that is $6.75 million. Now, this market study, out of our 1,080 positions, there are about 160 people that would not be impacted because of where they might have been based on the data. So we've got about 160 people. We have to kind of give some consideration as to what we might want to do with regards to that.
Mr. Eglin, so this is advocating for either option one, which is not to exceed a 10% increase across the board for all staff.
Correct.
And option two, sworn positions, not to exceed 15, but maintaining the not to exceed 10 for all the rest of
Correct.
Of staff.
Correct. The difference between the two is if you take this is kind of the sworn areas, it pretty much puts them right at what the market data was saying that I showed on the earlier slide.
Okay.
So kind of the next steps would be to get some feedback direction from you all, and then we'll finalize, the work that we need to do behind the scenes to make this happen. And then, of course, communicating that to our employees. That's all I got.
I'm going to beat a dead horse here, sorry.
Okay.
I think there's some low-hanging fruit, I may be wrong, but I think there's some low-hanging fruit for salaried positions, office staff salaried positions that would give up increase in pay for the option to work remotely, partially or full-time at home in the city of Wilmington still, or in Leland, wherever they live, to have that opportunity. And council may disagree with me here, but I think it's something that I would like to see us look into for the next iteration of this. The world's changed, and if we want to get that, I think, top-tier staff and recruit them, they're going to want to have some give and take from coming into the office every day. I realize that's, outside a little bit what probably government staff has done in the past, but it is something I would advocate us looking into in the next iteration of this budget meeting.
Okay. What I'm finding in the marketplace is even if they're working from home, there's no adjustment. I mean, they would make pretty much, they'd be making the same as if they were coming in the office. It's just a matter of convenience and flexibility for the person.
I think
if I heard you correctly.
I think it also may assist in the turnover, just as a work-life balance type issue.
Yes.
So it's something I would advocate looking at.
Right.
Turnover cost a great deal. I mean, retraining, losing the talent. But this graph right here, the turnover graph with parks, landscape, streets, recycling, trash, and stormwater, police and fire. Police and fire are not on this, but probably should be.
It's on the next slide, Charles.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You're right. The next one. Those are and this is in no way meant to belittle the people who do jobs other than these categories, but these are the ones that are probably the most noticed with our citizenry, and I think these are the 6 places where we need to drill down and do what we can to maintain our workers once we get them to fill the spots and then and retain them, and I would like to see some type of plan that would do just that. And I'm here again. These are the ones that we're having a hard time filling the positions, and these are the ones that fill the potholes, that do the stormwater, put the fires out, first responders, and protect us. And it's glaring, and we can't let it. We can't continue to do it the same way. And I can't help what other peer cities are doing. They don't protect our citizens or fix our potholes. We do. So that's my comment. That's my final thought on this presentation, Al. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I agree with both of them. I think flexibility, which in the old days, we all got up and went to work every day and sat in the office and did what we needed to. And I think nowadays that flexibility is just as important as money in some ways. But I do think option 2, the first responsibility of government at any level is safety. That's the number one responsibility. And so I think we've got to do something with police and with fire. I think bumping people up when they come out of training is obviously, I think that's a good idea. I'm sorry we're behind the times and not having done that. But I do think we've got to focus on that and then bring these other, I mean, look at what we've lost. Amy Beatty, I don't know how they're even operating, you know, the tree trimmers and parks and all of that. I mean, I think we've got to start with police and fire.
Right.
And then we've got to move to that other list that you had. And then, you know, Charlie's idea about then the upper level, you know, maybe they don't get as big of an increase. They don't, you know, they're making
Correct.
good money.
Correct.
So, and have great benefits.
Right.
So maybe we need to sort of rethink some of that and not just have an across the board up to 3% or something.
Right. And just without boring with a lot of detail, the higher increase would be the lower level position. So in other words, a firefighter versus a sergeant or a captain, it would be more. So I just showed you the average so you had an idea what the average was across. But the bigger hit in terms of increase would be the lower level positions, not the senior positions.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I agree with Luke, and I also want to tell Luke I've been beating this remote and innovation drum for over 2 years now. But I don't think we need to move there at the expense of less pay, because that really feeds into the turnover rate. You got some competitive companies coming into the area, and they're allowing remote capability. They're allowing a very good benefits package. And so if we're going to be competitive, we got to be competitive. And so we can't say, well, you know, we'll give you the option to stay home, you know, if you take this pay cut, or if you're not as concerned with pay, because again, people start looking around. You got a bunch of people now who are just looking for remote work. They want to be at home. I mean, I've been working from home for 2 years. I get a little stir crazy sometimes, but it's super convenient to work from home. But that will feed us into the turnover, a higher turnover, because there are some companies who are going to pay better. They're going to give you a better benefits package, and they'll allow you to stay home as long as you uphold your end of the bargain.
I can give you an example. We just lost someone to Cisco Systems in RTP. It's a global company. You're familiar with them, Luke. Gets to stay at home, gets to stay here and make more money. So the flexibility is what the desire was there, but the plus there is getting more money for the work that they're doing.
Sure, and maybe my comments were misunderstood a bit, but I think what I was really trying to get across is that it needs to be an option I think it'll lessen our turnover, and we don't really need to follow what other municipalities are doing. I think we can lead in some regard, and we should. And that was really the main intent of my comments, is that something that we should not shut the door on. And I think it would assist in flexibility. I think obviously there's some positions that need to be in the office. Yeah. But it's not something that we should shut the door on. Certainly something we should look at expanding, in my opinion.
One more thing, Al. You mentioned the $15 an hour that went into effect January 1. Mm-hmm. Does that cover every employee in the city? They're all making, that's the bottom line on all city employees?
That was our public services organization, our research and trash folks.
What does that mean?
Public services, the public services organization.
The bottom line is everybody is making $15 an hour.
Yeah.
As a minimum, yes.
Every employee of the city of Wilmington is minimum $15 an hour now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'd like to.
That's hourly workers, Charlie, not salaried people. That's hourly workers.
You know, you're showing us a package here of 6 million and 5.7 million, and that's just for salaries. And I would imagine that 1 cent today on the tax rate is what, Mr. Manager?
About 2.1 million.
2.1 million. So it's going to be some adjustment for the pay. And I think this council has been very supportive of making the adjustment so we don't lose any additional employees and hopefully be able to recruit additional employees. And to Luke's point, and to Kevin's point about the remote opportunity for employees, and I know, Mr. Manager, you have a policy. I mean, you're running this city, and you know, I do think that the remote working is a good thing for recruitment and to give people the opportunity to stay home and do their job. And obviously, it has been working over time with the employees here. I mean, I know that we're going to be saying this, and so I just want to hear your comments.
I appreciate me being able to get my foot in the door here. I don't want anyone to think that we do not have a work-from-home policy, and I do not want anyone to think that we do not have people taking advantage of it. We even have front-facing workers who address the public on a daily basis who work from home. So we already have a relatively active work-from-home group. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, and we'll be glad to provide those, especially COVID versus existing. But please do not be under the impression that we do not allow that, especially folks who do not have front-facing jobs. And those that do, even those that do, we allow, when we can, for them to rotate through and be able to have a day off. Or Mr. Joy, for example, operates an office that does that on a regular basis. We do that in the manager's office. The IT department works pretty much remotely all the way through. So there are a number of folks that do that. There are a number of opportunities that just don't exist for being able to work from home. And I just wanted you to be aware of that. The second thing that I would say is, in terms of increases, as Mr. Ragland referred to, the upper echelons of the pay grades did not show as disparate a difference between what they're being paid and what they should be paid. They were on the order of a 4, 5, 6%, and those folks would only get 4, 5, or 6% based on where they are in the grade, but nonetheless, they are still behind the market. So please understand that while most of the money would go towards firefighters, frontline firefighters, frontline police officers, frontline stormwater, frontline RTS, there would be some that would go on up the line. We are also losing folks, not so much in fire and police, but we're also losing upper level folks to better paying jobs, and that's going to happen. But please understand, not everybody gets a 15% across the board. If you were in a class that was 4% behind, then you get a 4% raise. So that would be an adjustable kind of number.
I don't want to steal Jared's thunder here but the citizen survey was pretty obvious what the citizens are looking for. It was public safety, stormwater, streets. And it looks like that's where our biggest issues are from a pay standpoint. And I think it's probably the ones in the field working, without diving too much into the numbers, that are really the hardest hit.
That's correct.
And the hardest hit by inflation. So I would recommend option 3 on this, looking at stopping the bleeding there, people that are out there in the field. So your sworn officers and your stormwater, trash, and your streets. And then maybe a separate iteration for upper level staff and salaried staff in the office.
And what you just said is in proportion to the data that we got. So what you just said, that's where it's showing up.
Right. Just because we can give it up to a 10% doesn't mean everyone should get a bump.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is where I'm coming from.
And like I said, there's about 163 people that are not going to receive anything just because of where they are in the market.
Okay.
So we're hitting the heaviest parts of what you just said. What everybody said is public safety, public service areas are the areas that would see the significant increase versus people in upper management.
I know
And,
when you're an upper level and you have a good salary, that percentage, whatever you're talking about, means it's a lot more than a guy that's making 30 to 50 and gets a percentage. It's not that, it's important, but we just need, every year, I mean, every time we do this, it's kind of like we end up doing the same thing. This time, I hope that we will do what Luke and others up here have recommended, and let's pay particular attention to those folks that are in those categories we just mentioned. Particular attention.
Yep, and it does. The raw data does. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I agree with, what was just said. I guess my question is, and I don't know if you can answer this, but what has COVID taught us that we need to either do differently or any lessons that it's taught us?
I think what this data has shown us is just that, is flexibility, being competitive, and giving people, the choice of being able to be virtual versus being in an office. And I think, again, early on, we had a lot of people that we said, no, you're not coming in, you're going to stay at home.
Right.
And then some decided that they wanted to come back on their own. We didn't necessarily force them to come back, but so there's, as Tony said, we have policies for flexible work schedules. And again, a lot of Dave's folks up in public service, I mean, they do trash 4 days a week. It's not a 5-day schedule. They work 4 10s. And it was part of them saying, years ago, he gave them the opportunity to say, how would you like to do this, 5 days or 4 days? And they chose 4 days, and that's what they're doing. And just to put a plug in, Friday, they picked up trash Friday. Almost every single person, including the temps, showed up to pick up the trash Friday morning in that just before the weather got really bad. So yes, Charlie, that's where the biggest portion of money is going, is those frontline workers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Manager, if you don't mind, we'd like to take just a 5-minute recess. Thank you. bring the meeting to order of the Wilmington Strategic Work Session. I will take another roll call vote since we're coming back into session. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here? Councilman Rivenbark is left for an appointment. Councilmember Barnett, are you here? Councilmember Spears, are you here?
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Waddell, are you here? And the chair is here. Okay. Mr. City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. We're going to go into our CIP update. This is going to be a tag team effort between Suzanne Gooding and Tom Moten. So we're going to let Suzanne lead off on this presentation, and then Tom will take it over.
To get situated. Good morning. My name's Suzanne Gooding. I'm a senior budget analyst and CIP coordinator in budget. And I'm sharing this presentation today along with Tom Moten, Deputy City Manager. The goal is to walk through the preliminary FY23 projects, show you what was planned, what changes have been requested, and what is being considered through a vetting process. Council is welcome to provide any feedback or direction that will help develop a CIP budget that council can approve. Additionally, we have project managers ready to answer any detailed questions about projects if they come up. The names you see here are members of the CIP Advisory Committee. Tom Moten is chair. The members represent a variety of departments and are called upon to provide expertise in a number of ways, whether it be through department submittals or participating in subcommittees and training. The CIP Advisory Committee has a team within it referred to as CIP Core. These staff members are tasked with developing and adjusting the capital improvement plan and process to best serve the community. The CIP submittals for FY23 development include a project assessment evaluation tool within the submittal, which was updated recently. The assessment results in a point system that serves as a discussion point in the review process. Points are tied to multiple categories and include a category where we ask about bridging barriers for marginalized populations. As an example, which you'll see later today, is the Downtown Greenway Phase 1 project, which was recognized as a project in an area of higher than regional average of household poverty, as well as an area where there's low or no car ownership. Before I go into this slide, if you see a B dash in front of a project name, it indicates that it's a bucket project. And those are typically funded over multiple years to tackle smaller and typically maintenance type projects. This table is one of two in the Streets and Sidewalks Capital Fund area. The projects on this slide were published in the FY22 budget. So those published totals are what is titled FY23 planned projects. Based on updated submittals and review, the funding may have changed, and you can see that in the new funding column. For instance, street rehab has increased to address ongoing street condition concerns, and brick street rehab has decreased to address capacity concerns. The last column should read preliminary recommendations, as they represent the funding amounts currently being vetted. And as a note in reference to the Riverwalk South Handrail project, information came in yesterday requiring analysis, and staff will come back with refined data on that particular project. This slide shows the remainder of the Streets and Sidewalks area projects that are currently being vetted, and we'll have a slide on each one of those after this.
May I ask a question? In respect to the dirt street paving, I know there's the last time I can remember an assessment of dirt streets. I think it was about maybe 4 miles of streets that are still dirt? I don't know, Dave is here, maybe you
I'd
can
have to
answer
ask
that.
Dave Mays for the,
Dave, that question, and I guess, are we making any arrangements for paving any of those dirt streets?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The inventory is, I think it's more than 4 miles in total. Currently, we do routine maintenance on it. We grade it, we fill in dips and divots, but there's no effort at this point right now to move towards resurfacing or putting asphalt on those streets.
And I wanted to ask specifically about one project or one street that there'd been some discussion on. It's off of Military Cutoff. I think it's Westover Drive or Lane. It goes back to the water tank there. There's a number of residents on that street that have approached me about when are you going to pave this street, since I guess it came in on the 98 annexation. And does it take a petition from the neighborhood or from the people on that street to ask for that street to be paved?
There are some of our dirt streets that require a higher level of infrastructure improvements rather than just putting asphalt down on the existing surface. I believe that, I may have the name of that road wrong, but we originally had designed a surfacing project on that street years and years ago that included drainage infrastructure, some curbing issues. So it was a fairly expensive project. The request this year is really an intent to get us some seed money started so that we can begin to take on some of those requests. $50,000 doesn't seem like a whole lot of money, but it starts the process to build a fund so we can go out to some of those streets that don't necessarily require that level of infrastructure improvement, drainage and other things. It would more apply to roads that just may require some asphalt on the existing surface.
Dave, is there any way possible, so we don't hold up the meeting here, to give me a number on what that street, when y'all did the takeoff on that, as far as what that street was going to cost to pave? Could you just kind of give me a number on that?
We can go back and look at do some research on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to maybe just get some research on what are the other streets that are not paved? They're dirt streets.
Yes, sir, we can do that.
I think we've heard over the years about Allen's Lane.
Yes,
And
that's another one.
yeah, and so it seems to me maybe this is naive, but when you live in a city of 126,000 people, you probably should live on a paved street and not have dirt streets in an urban area.
I can't disagree with you, Ms. Haynes, although we do have some other residents that would rather live on an unpaved street.
Yeah, and I get that because it's the traffic control, really, in a way. And so I get that. And I think that was part of Allen's Lane. Some people want it and some people don't and all of that. But, yeah, I'm glad to see something. And I think, we need to, it's a good idea to start building so we can address some of that.
Yes, ma'am.
okay. So I'll go through these projects. They each have a slide, and we'll talk about them, and keep in mind that project managers are available. As we just discussed, the Dirt Street paving project at $50,000 is to establish a bucket project in this area, and it'll allow for staff to really look at the processes to be developed and to address these streets. The $50,000 seen here as a preliminary proposal was reduced from the CFPUA coordinated improvements as a way to not increase the total amount planned for FY23. The 4th Street Bridge needs replacing due to structural integrity and access issues. The bridge was built in the 1950s with a load limit of 25 tons, and currently the bridge is showing a 10-ton load capacity that restricts buses and emergency vehicles from use. The $250,000 requested here is set for the design. The entire project is estimated around $4.5 million, includes demolition, foundation analysis, lighting, sidewalks on both sides of the bridge, among other scope items. The Front Street Bridge is a strong candidate for rehabilitation, which would remove the posting, repair current defects, and take preventative measures to extend the service life of the bridge. The project includes demolition and replacement of the bridge deck, pile system evaluation, steel blasting, and epoxy coating. The rehab of this structure is estimated to last approximately 25 years, which is typical for most bridge rehab projects. The total project cost is $2.3 million, with the bulk of the funding requested in FY24. Annual pavement markings is another proposed bucket project to be established. An assessment completed in 2020 resulted in needs beyond what can be accomplished by in-house crews based on the volume of work and safety considerations. The funding will allow staff to respond to a prioritized plan with contracted work.
Quick question on the annual pavement markings. Do we just consistently evaluate the painted lines and all that throughout the street? How is that prioritized?
I would need a project manager to tell me how they prioritize, but they did just have the assessment in 2020.
Okay.
Dave Cowell can answer that.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. David Cowell, the City Engineer, Director of Engineering. The City Traffic Engineering Division has a pavement markings group, and they have capacity in-house to keep up with pavement markings. They've had an assessment done, and they are in the process of prioritizing. This is a proposal that they came up with in order to address the safety needs for that.
Great, thank you.
Tolls Road is subject to frequent flooding due to tidal conditions. During flooding events, residents are restricted by lack of vehicular access. The project would provide an alternate entry and exit for residents at the east end of Tolls Road by constructing a new street segment between Tolls and Hawksbill. The project totals $584,000, with the FY23 request covering design and right-of-way access. The Riverwalk at Best Western Pier demolition is a project that was shared at the November council work session, and staff feel the demolition should go forward due to the structural integrity of the pier. The Greenville Loop Sidewalk project, seen also at the November council work session, is a request from citizens along the east side of this corridor for a safe path for their children to walk to school without having to cross Greenville Loop Road. And this is at the Shenwood Road unsignalized intersection. An estimate of around $1.1 million has been established for the sidewalk, and staff continue to consider alternatives to this community request. Riverwalk North. The staff shared the structural issues associated with Riverwalk North at the November council work session, mainly the conditions of the concrete walkway adjacent to Port City Marina. Currently, staff are working through concept evaluation for the design and repair of this section of Riverwalk, and funding amounts will be determined following the concept evaluation. Staff recently received confirmation of the bulkhead stability, and there are no concerns on that portion.
Quick question here.
Yes.
New guy, sorry.
Yeah.
This is a relatively new build, correct?
Yes.
Is it typical to see this kind of concrete separation and these kind of concrete issues for a newly developed?
I'm going to let the city engineer answer.
Hi, I'm Denise Freund, Assistant Director of the Engineering Department. We had a geotechnical and structural evaluation performed of the bulkhead as well as the adjacent Riverwalk. What they have found is that while there was some settlement that was anticipated with the sidewalk, there was a large stockpile of material placed on the site prior to construction of the buildings that are currently there, which added additional lateral load on the dead man system, which has led to some increased settlement. And that was the results of the analysis.
So the contractor left a bunch of material?
There's so you know, this is a segment of the Riverwalk that was built for us privately, and the city reimbursed the developer. The city and the developer have entered into an agreement that allows for the developer to pay for a portion of this, also relies on the city to pay for the majority of it, but he does share in some costs.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
The city owns and maintains 32 miles of trail, and another 18 miles are planned or in construction, either as a part of the transportation bond or the bicycle and pedestrian program. For reference, the oldest section of the Cross City Trail was built in 2008. The proposed trail rehab bucket project will focus on the entire system, specifically to repair and replace asphalt according to life cycle identified in the Wilmington and New Hanover County Comprehensive Greenway Plan. The timeline for asphalt replacement can be extended by applying pavement preservation techniques. The FY23 request is at $60,000. In the Parks and Rec Fund, these are the preliminary recommendations. The Parks Maintenance Facility is the bucket project Parks uses to maintain city park facilities, and the Riverwalk maintenance is a newly proposed bucket project I'll go over next. So currently, the city budgets $250,000 a year in operating dollars to fund repair and maintenance of the Riverwalk. Types of repairs and maintenance include banner replacement, site furnishing repair, post cap and rail replacement, electrical repairs to lighting, and replacement of decking and other structural repairs. The budget is placed in the Community Services Department, but is stewarded by directors of Community Services, Public Services, and Engineering. The proposal and the request is a shift from general fund of $225,000 to be transferred to a bucket capital project. So $25,000 would remain in community services operating to address smaller Riverwalk maintenance needs. So capital projects are life to date, and this change in how the funding is budgeted would allow a project manager to continuously address these issues over fiscal years. That's the end of my portion. I'll hand it over to Mr. Moten.
Thank you, Suzanne. Mayor and Council, the areas I will cover this morning will be public facilities, stormwater parking, and then some review of the November 2021 budget work session. Just again, the format is the same as Suzanne had mentioned earlier. We'll call your attention to a couple of items that you see: new funding or adjusted funding. Generator replacements is one. There'll be a slide, I'll talk about that a little bit more specifically. The intent is to accelerate the replacement of aging, obsolete generators so that our ability to respond in events of power loss will not be jeopardized. ADA compliance, there are two remaining facilities that require some additional work. Staff is recommending that that work be moved to FY22. Those facilities would be the 305 Nutt Street, the Railroad Museum, and also 102 Orange Street, which is the communities and school facilities. Some small projects, but it's a capacity issue for staff. We'll touch on City Hall Thalian. We're in the third year, or we'll be entering the third year of a 3-year plan to make some improvements. City Hall office space improvements, specifically relating to the city clerk's office workspace, as well as the area in which formerly was occupied by communications and now is being utilized by the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Office. And then we'll briefly touch on the Parks Maintenance Facility. You recall Council and about 2 budgets approved the purchase of land off River Road in Melton for the construction of a new facility to accommodate the employees who are right now working in a very obsolete site that has significant drainage flood issues. And And then lastly, we'll touch on the fire station driveway repairs. Feel free. Yes,
Just a quick question. So you're going to touch on the difference between the 23 planned projects of City Hall, Thalian Hall versus the 202,000 for City Hall office space
Yes.
improvements,
Yes.
and how that ties in with the bucket item for building maintenance, right? Because I was assuming the building maintenance, is that what's currently happening in the exterior of this building?
Yes.
So that's outside of the City Hall, Thalian Hall, $259,000.
We can cover that right now. Councilmember Waddell, the $259,000 is already budgeted. It was part of the FY22 budget that was adopted with that as a planned project. In fact, the Thalian Association negotiated with the city to go ahead and pay those expenses up front, and we will reimburse them. But it included replacement of the carpet in one of the years. Also the flooring. There's lighting, electrical lighting in the lobby, also in the City Hall lobby. It addresses the restrooms, updating them, as well as the dressing rooms. And then we also have security hardware for the door mechanisms. And then as it relates to the what we call the bucket, and it's really the city-wide facilities, building maintenance, that's what the facilities group use across the entire city to maintain, do general maintenance, but general maintenance could also be a HVAC unit going out of order. So it's not just small dollars, it could be significant. And that's in addition to any specific planned capital projects, like a roof replacement at the police fire station. And then the other items that are sort of new, you see the park maintenance facility. I mentioned that. That's adding additional funding to that project. There was land acquisition, design, and at the November budget retreat, we touched on the fact that there was a significant elevation change. So the site that we bought is very close to the existing operations center on River Road. However, the elevation change is going to create some complexities. And there were some adjustments to the space needs of the facility as well as storage vehicles. And then we'll see some slides on those, but feel free to ask any questions. So again, as I mentioned, the generators, originally we had asked for $65,000. We've increased that number to address a couple of facilities. Those facilities are primarily, the facilities that have generators would include fire and police station, public service at City Hall, and the IT data center. What we're looking to do is there are three particular fire stations that we want to go ahead and address, as well as the facilities group is doing a generator assessment. So there is analysis of load and a replacement and prioritization included in that. City Hall office improvements. As we began looking at how to utilize more effectively the space in City Hall, we recognized the need for an architectural entity to help give us some assistance with design. The lobby area outside of the city manager and the council offices has the old string lighting, so we need someone to go ahead and help us design some new lighting, a professional that can give us some assistance. The city clerk for many years has struggled with space for storage of official city documents of records. So we are looking at expanding the city clerk's office to create a workspace that is more suitable for today for the deputy city clerk as well as assistant city clerk, as well as reconfiguring some of that downstairs space. So if you think about where the city clerk's office is, extending across the hallway, that's what we're looking to do, but we want to hire a professional to help us in that process.
So this $202,400 allocation is just to bring on an architect?
Oh, no, sir. It would, I apologize for not being a little bit clear. It would include the architectural services necessary to assist us with coming up with the construction documents, as well as what we project to be the associated expenses with the work, with the project.
So this is the whole scope of work, what we're anticipating?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Parks maintenance facility, again, this is an item we touched on. We're looking at building a modern facility for the men and women that work in the parks maintenance facility. The facility, they do tremendous work, and an environment that will enable them to be more productive, as well as convey to them that the work they do is important. This facility will accomplish that. However, we're approaching a number that we hadn't anticipated, which is about $10 million. A lot of that is cost escalation, as well as some of the site work. The staff is working closely to value engineer and reduce the overall demand, but we're looking at somewhere between $5 to $5.9 million as a request for additional funding for a currently funded project.
So this project has not been funded yet?
No, yes, sir, it's already been funded.
It has been funded?
Yes, sir.
So the 5.9 has already been allocated and funded, or is this an addition?
That's in addition to the initial funding. So we had funding for land acquisition and funding for initial construction. The number that I have is not exactly correct, but my recollection was there was approximately about $4.5 million, about $4 million, $4.3 million previously allocated for the project.
And we've acquired the land already?
Yes, sir. And would ask
what was the cost on
Budget of Finance to correct me if I'm recalling that incorrectly.
It'll need to be a follow-up because it was, last year I know there was some funds appropriated, but I think there may have been some prior to that, so we'll have to get that information to you.
So will we be looking to begin the building process in fiscal year '23?
Yes, sir. The design is nearly completed, and then we'd have to go through the process of bid and award. It's our hope that in FY23 the construction would start.
Okay.
Excellent question. Fire station driveway repairs. Concrete with our soil sometimes can be challenging. There are 3 particular fire stations that we're looking to do some repairs. The overall request was $297,000 for FY23. Looking at the overall CIP request, the core committee thought it would be wise to break them up, so we're recommending $150,000 as a preliminary look. Those 3 stations are Eastwood, Military Cutoff, and Market Street. The current conditions do create a issue for operations, and while all of them may not be addressed, we will explore the potential to do some temporary fixes that will minimize the impact of the structure until it can be completely remedied. I'd like to transition into the parking fund. The parking fund is largely 2 elements, one of which is the ongoing investment in updating the security systems in our parking decks. You see just a slight adjustment by $1,000, and then additional funds requested for the planned Market Street deck renovation. An additional $513,600 over 2 years is what's projected as a need. The current cost estimate is $578,000. So again, we have $513,000 available. Staff is anticipating with cost escalation that they need additional funds based on the structural engineer's estimate. And so we're projecting that $303,600 will be needed to make sure we do this project properly. Stormwater fund, again, B for bucket. That's a fairly large bucket. Staff is recommending some additional funds to accelerate some of the culvert and major maintenance that could be accomplished with rehab. You can see it transitioning from $1.5 million to $3.6 million. And then you can see Whispering Pines, Mason Burrow as 2 projects, project area. That area, for those that may be unfamiliar, includes Mason Burrow Loop Road to the west, Orchard Trace to the north, Mason Burrow Sound to the east, and Sherwood Hills to the south. The area consists of multiple drainage areas and obviously drains into the intercoastal waterway. Just want to touch on Kelly Road for those who may be familiar. That's a little bit of a smaller project. That area drains into the Hewlett's Creek watershed. The roadways or neighborhoods that are commonly associated with that area would be Beasley Road, Kelly Road, Sand Hills Drive, and then Shalon Avenue. Just want to summarize what we presented to you today. As you see, and as Suzanne said earlier, the column on the right really should read preliminary funding recommendation. So what we're presenting to you at this time for consideration is streets and sidewalk, $12,600,000+. Parks and recreation, $1.1 million. Public facilities, $7.6 million, for a total general fund impact of $21.5 million. Parking fund, $363,000, and then stormwater, $6.3, for a total of $28,218,000. We'd like to, if you don't have any questions, like to just give you an update from the November budget work session. There were some items that you inquired about. The downtown Greenway Phase 1, the request for funding for that would be in FY25 based on the design work that we're able to get a grant to help complete that project. Scientific Drive, you may recall, is related to the DOT MLK. The number that we're looking at in increased cost is $6.4 million. WMPO Executive Director Mike Kozlowski has engaged NCDOT at the manager's request to see if they would consider increasing their funding so that we can do 50-50. So we'll await to hear from that information on it. Salvation Road, the estimate of $2.6 million. We're talking to Salvation Army. Interim Deputy City Manager, Finance Director Jennifer Moretti has reached out to Salvation Army to inquire about their ability to contribute something to the cost of that roadway. We've recently heard from NCDOT that they are comfortable and willing to accept the connection of that roadway with slight modification. So there's no issues as it relates to the new road. I guess that would be 31st Street connecting into Carnegie and then MLK. Encino Sports Complex, based on cost escalation and a few other items, we're estimating that for FY23, $2 million. And then MLK Gym, as you recall, we're still exploring and doing the due diligence regarding the design, and we hope to have the amount that may be needed in FY23 for that project before we get to the budget adoption phase. And then lastly, we'd like to just mention two public facilities projects. One is Riverlights Fire Station, design at this point in time, and then we move to construction. We're asking for $734,000 in FY22, projecting, as I recall, project going out to bid maybe into construction phase in July, and with about a 12 to 14-month construction cycle.
Tony, on the Scientific Drive estimate and the Salvation Road, we budgeted for that roadway, correct?
We budgeted for the Scientific Drive, but not at $6.4 million, I don't believe.
Yes, was it $3.5 million? It was essentially less than that amount.
Hey, Mike, could you come up for a second, please? I mean, this road is predicated on the fact that Salvation Army will sell their building down on 3rd and move to this site at some point in time. And because we're on the hook to participate in this road or to build this road, are you updating this thing every year until we figure out what Salvation Army is going to do? Because I remember when we first talked about this many years ago, it was, I want to say, $2.5 or $3 million, and now it's gone to $6.4 million and continues to rise every single year. So are you making the adjustment in anticipation when this happens?
NCDOT just recently updated their cost estimates for the project. They updated the cost estimate 2016, 2018, and then most recently in 2020. So we are updating those cost estimates. The amount that you have budgeted for that project currently is $2.6 million. It was an economic development initiative that the city and the state embarked on. The city put up 2.6, the state put up 2.6. And so the actual estimate right now for that project is about 8.8 million. But per the agreement, the city was on the hook for anything above the 5.2. So I've reached out to DOT to ask them if they'd be willing to amend the agreement to go at a 50-50 cost share for the entire project. We're having those conversations now.
Okay.
will DOT start their work like the same time as we start ours? I remember one time, I think we talked about whether we do something, then they come in and have to redo it or something like that. Are they working?
The intent would not to be to redo any work that had been completed. The Salvation Army Road and Scientific Park Drive project are two separate projects.
Right.
So.
I don't have any problem. Okay, thank you.
I do have a couple of slides on these items. So again, just to give you an idea of the downtown Greenway, what we call the Gulch, there'll be construction of a 10 to 12-foot asphalt multi-purpose trail from 3rd Street to Campbell, eventually extending out to Dorothy B. Johnson, then eventually over to with the intention eventually getting to Archie Blue Park, being the first phase, and from Archie Blue Park, Love Grove, over to Forest Hills, and then tying into the Cross City Trail. Scientific Drive, we discussed this. That's just a depiction of the work that was intended, the agreement that is Mr. Kozlowski referenced. Salvation Army Road, again, their request initially was that ARPA funding be utilized. Ms. Moretti will be giving you a report on ARPA later this morning or this afternoon, and we could certainly explore it. But we continue to search and determine if ARPA funds can be utilized. Indications are it may be an eligible expense. Encino Complex, again, probably a first-class multi-sports facility, not just soccer, lacrosse, Pop Warner football, disc Frisbee teams, and so we're looking at some additional funds to make that project happen. Probably one of the best projects you can have when you're really utilizing a landfill. What you were really determined to be, this is one of the best adaptive reuse of a facility that had been inert. And so it's exciting. It's going to be a gateway to our west, and we believe it'll bring in a lot of amateur sports participants.
Real quick, sorry
Yes,
to
sir.
stop you, Tom. What's Encino's financial involvement in that? I can't remember.
Okay, yes. Well, I can give you the general response, and then Amy Beatty can give us the specifics. But they were contributing as title sponsorship. They agreed to a multi-year agreement to fund it. I believe it's $1 million, but I'm not certain. Is it? It was $1 million. It was a certain amount of funds over. I think it was $1 million, as I recall.
Per year?
Over the life of 10 years.
And that's to operate the complex, correct? No?
It was a naming rights agreement, a sponsorship.
Okay.
In order for them to have it. But
Everybody else probably knows this. This is a.
let us get that for you.
Sure. Yeah,
Instead
don't
of me
wanna hold it.
hazarding, I think my memory's pretty good, but if I'm looking at the director and she's like, wait.
There's no need to hold up the
Okay.
the progress if somebody just shoot it to me.
MLK Gym, again, that's one in which we're exploring design options. We'll hopefully have a firm cost for you a little bit later this spring. Yes, sir.
Remember we had that conflict with the contractor in the gym? Have we worked that out?
That's the part that we're doing. That's the part where we discussed the conclusions that were originally offered. We need to have a second opinion. So that process of getting a second independent review and opinion is underway.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Riverlights Fire Station, just talked to the developers of Riverlights, and they're excited about the city's investment in their neighborhood yesterday. This is a rendering of the station, so we're looking forward to going forward on the project. Again, when we think about this project, it will serve that southern end of the city, help maintain the excellent response times that the fire department has at this time. Finally, the Wilmington Police Department Southeast Substation, continuing to do the space needs analysis, so no firm numbers are available at this time, but we do anticipate having them for you at a later date. At this time, that concludes this portion of the CIP. We're going to transition to Suzanne, who's going to give you an update on it. Yes, sir.
To Tony, on the Southeast Command, the Southeast Station, remind me, I thought that we had a discussion of a possibility of also leasing as opposed to owning.
That is a possibility, and we're still evaluating.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I have the answer to your question. The overall sponsorship agreement was in the amount of $1.3 million. Additionally, they contributed $50,000 to signage.
Next.
Hi again, Suzanne Gooding, Senior Budget Analyst. Thanks, Dylan. So I'm providing a brief update to the CIP GIS project. At the November work session in 2020, I believe, staff shared a high-level concept of a capital improvement project and GIS project with components of the Rise Together initiative to include data on poverty, senior populations, vehicle ownership, et cetera, in relation to capital projects. So the goals of this project is to share CIP data with the public through a user-friendly mapping profile, to utilize mapping tools to understand geographic spread of funding and project impacts, and also to utilize the mapping tools to understand CIP in relation to the Rise Together initiative. This is a proof of concept that staff are exploring called a story map. It comes to the user as a link that you can click on, and what opens is an interactive map of capital projects. The tabs on the top of the page show various funds or categories. What you're looking at right here is the CIP appropriated projects from the FY22 budget. If you click on Parks and Rec, the tab opens up with the projects in that area, and GIS staff have loaded these in as examples. The two shown here are Bijou Park and Alderman Park, and as you can see, if a citizen or staff member were to open this, they can see the relation to the projects, so where they are in our city, as well as give some information about the project.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I think this is a great tool that we have and a great opportunity for citizens to access and interact with us. Is there any way that when we are doing specific projects in a particular area or neighborhood where we can really drill down into that particular area, where we can notify those citizens of what we are doing, whatever it may be in regards to a CIP project, that we're resurfacing the road, we're cleaning the ditch, we're doing something in that particular area where we are spending their money in that particular area, just to notify them, because a lot of people have busy lives and sometimes they don't know how to interact or don't even know that this exists.
Right.
But to be able to notify them and to tell them that this program does exist if they want to take a look at other things, but to also notify them, to let them know that we are doing something in the neighborhood. And the reason I'm bringing that up, when we put the signs up on Greenville Loop Road and other parts of the community in respect to the trail, there was an uptick in interaction with the citizens there because they saw it. And they said, well, it's coming, it's here. You know, if we could have that in some way through social media, and I know that we have access to, I guess, thousands of citizens that have allowed us to use their emails or what have you, or be able to access their emails. But I think this would be a great idea to be more interactive with the community and just let them know. And I really want the citizens to know what we're doing.
That's some great feedback, and we're here today to hopefully get some feedback from you all on this tool. It's not public yet, and right now we're looking at all the different ways we can present this to citizens.
When are we expecting this tool to be live?
I don't have a date yet. We do have some next steps that we have to go through and need to go through before it can be, and I'll go over those at the end.
It's great. I share the mayor's thoughts on getting as much information out to the public as possible. I don't know if maybe even on the signage, since it's obvious the signage works, information that, hey, we have a GIS tool and go to it.
Right.
May be beneficial.
Okay. So if you click on either the number 2 shown on the map or the Alderman Park, if you're interested in that, it opens up a brief description and picture and zooms in to the area. This is the map that you saw previously. It's the Rise Together concept where the data points on poverty, vehicle ownership, home ownership, et cetera, can be shown through census blocks. And so you should be familiar with this, but one of the things I wanted to show you is the WMPO in their CI submittals this year actually used that concept of data to talk about their CIP submittals. The circled area is that downtown Greenway Phase 1, and this is in an area of higher than regional average poverty as well as no or low vehicle ownership. So it really gives the review group more data than we've had previously to really evaluate what the project impact could be. And this is a brief presentation, and what we need to do next is really get further and further feedback from the whole CIP advisory committee. This information came into us fairly recently. We also in this year have had funded a software program that will help with project management, that will allow project managers to update things like status of projects, descriptions, things like that. And that software implementation will have a link to GIS. So we want this data to be as up-to-date as possible. If it were to go now, it'd be a manual update, which with the volume of projects we have, probably wouldn't be a great idea. So we want to get that software up and going over the next few months so that we have that link to GIS and that constant data upgrade.
Does the ACE software, do they have an implementation team, I guess, that's assisting our staff?
We are going to start that fairly soon, I think in March. Get Brian Scott up here. He's coming to council to get the contract fairly soon, and there's an implementation team that's going to go
with the purchase
pretty
of
much
the software.
immediately into implementation over the next couple months.
Okay. And is this GIS, does it integrate with like the planning department's overall GIS, or is it a separate system?
The concept I've showed you today is a story map that's with all the other story maps that the city has. I don't know how deeply it links with plannings, but I can get that answer for you.
If I was, anecdotally, if I'm on the planning, the current GIS, and I need to navigate to this CIP GIS, is that same screen, or is that a different URL completely?
Suzanne?
I don't know.
I'll try to
Brian
answer that
Scott
for
will
you.
help me out.
Brian Scott, the IT director. It is one GIS system, but there will be multiple links depending on what pages you go to. We do have one that gives you lots of data, and others where you just choose, I want to see the trail maps, and that's it. So there are different options. The question is, there a separate one for planning and others? No, it's all one system. They're just multiple data sets.
Sure.
So you have streets, you have sidewalks, you have paths, you have CIP projects. We have hundreds of different data sets.
All in one GIS system?
Yeah, one GIS system can go to any of those data sets.
Great. This is exciting.
And the last step is the GIS team is exploring having an intern solely focus on this story map so that we can move it further. That's the end of my presentation. Again, we'd like any comments and feedback you have on this project. It's ongoing. It's being talked about actively with staff. And so any feedback that you have, something that's important to you, thank you for your comment. We'd like to hear from you.
Well, I like that. And Tony, maybe this isn't the place, or this isn't the spot in the meeting to do this, but in respect to some commentary that Councilmember Waddell had shared about the survey, the citizen survey, in respect to roads, the condition of roads, stormwater, and public safety. on the roadways, I'd like to see, or at least for us to be given an option, that if we wanted to accelerate resurfacing projects in the city, this is what it would cost. So I know we've got allocated about $5 million for resurfacing projects, but let's just say if we went to resurface and put an additional $1 million or whatever the case may be, that we as a council have an option to take a look at that, as well as the stormwater. I know on the stormwater, we primarily fund that through the fee, the stormwater fee. If we wanted to make an adjustment to accelerate some of the projects that Dave is working on, I'd like to have the council be given an option as to what that rate increase would be to get to a number of projects, or 2 or 3 additional projects. Because what we are hearing is the resurfacing of our streets is a big thing. And I know that we're behind the 8 ball because we didn't have the machine, hurricane, we had 103 inches of rain that really played havoc on our roadways. But that's one of the survey numbers that is extremely high. And so if we could accelerate that, and if the council so chooses to do that, we'd like to be at least given the option that this is where you are today, these are the roads you're going to be doing, but if you added an additional $1 million or $2 million, whatever the case is, you can get these roads.
Just simply on resurfacing, I want to make sure of that.
Resurfacing and stormwater, because those were the two that came up high. I know that we're going to be talking about, we've been talking early this morning about salary increases for public safety to make sure that we retain and recruit additional public safety. But those 2 items, resurfacing and stormwater, were 2 big items that came up very high on the survey.
Follow up on that, I'd like to see also which of those items, specific projects, would be considered one-time projects that we could allocate fund balance overages to.
And I do know, Tony, just having a brief discussion the other day with myself and Councilmember Rivenbark and Councilmember Anderson in respect to some of the projects, CIP projects that we're working on, especially the trails and the resurfacing. I know some of it will entail additional help with engineering that we may not even have people on staff right now, or we may have to go outside to get some of that additional work done. So I know that there's some complexity to it, but at least we have some idea as to what it would cost us if we wanted to accelerate that program. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If there are no other comments about the capital projects, we have a few minutes here before lunch, and we'll go ahead and move into Jennifer Moretti's presentation on the ARPA funding.
Good morning. Al is passing out a handout. I emailed it to you a little while ago, not realizing that everyone would not be present. It was something I put together that I think having it in hand and seeing side by side will help understand when I get to that. I'll go over that at the end of my presentation. So just to start, we are just providing an update on the recommended ARPA funding plan, just to keep you informed as we continue to move forward and bring any changes and updates to you. And again, as a reminder, the City of Wilmington was allocated to receive $25,929,952. This funding is divided into 2 distributions. We received the first distribution at the beginning of June of 2021, and told 12 months later we will get the second distribution, and that is probably the end of May, early June of this year that we'll receive it. These funds have been set aside in the Treasury budget, and we are told there will not be any chance of change from this. So we are guaranteed to get these funds, as that was a concern when we were sending out money. Are we sure nothing's going to change and we're going to have these funds? And they are assuring that.
Jennifer, this is totally outside of that, but have we received all of the money that we have spent for Hurricane Florence reimbursement from the state yet?
No, sir. No, we still have some little bit of funding from Hurricane Isaias still due to us, and then from Florence. We are still working on projects from Florence.
I understand.
Yeah, so we still have funding
What's
left.
that total number, if you have it off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I think there's about $8 million left.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we will get reimbursed on eventually.
Right. The projects we're still working on is one having to do with the convention center. Thallion Hall is another one. There's a stormwater project they're still working on. So there's various projects that we're still working on that once those are completed and we submit all that documentation, we'll get the final reimbursement for those projects. And again, we're still waiting for them to go through other projects that we have submitted our final documentation for and still
So
waiting on.
just out of curiosity, since we're always searching for dollars, and this is $8 million that we've already spent, and this money will come back, it will go back into the general fund?
Probably about $4 million of it is for general fund. The rest is convention center fund and stormwater fund.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And of course, the problem is not only completing the projects, but then getting the reimbursement out of FEMA. And you've heard me say many times before, it takes you at least 3 years to get over a major hurricane. And Florence had the effect of a major hurricane for us. Okay.
Can we, this just popped in my head when the mayor asked his question, can we reimburse ourselves a portion of the $8 million from ARP funds in anticipation of getting the final reimbursement from FEMA to make those funds available?
Idea.
New guy question.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
We do have a little bit of leeway with the ARPA funds, and I'll get into that, and that goes to the handout that I sent out to you. Two of the important dates that we have with these ARPA funds is we have an obligation date of December 31, 2024. So of the $25.9 million, whatever is not obligated, meaning under contract or already paid out, by December 31, 2024, we have to give back. Those funds that are under contract and obligated, if they're not actually spent and we have the documentation by December 31 of 2026, we have to return those funds. So these deadlines are very important and very important into our plan and how we fund the plan and the recommendations we make. And we've shown this to you several times when we were putting together the plan. These are just the broad categories that we fit the plan into. Economic and community assistance of $9 million, city and community infrastructure, $4.67 million, and then for city response and recovery, $12.26 million. This is a slide that I show you just to have the entire plan on one slide that you can see where the funds are allocated out. These funds are represented in millions, and you can see the different programs that we have allocated these funds out. And again, this plan continues to change as information comes in. We make changes as different priorities come up, different requests come up. We bring that back to council. And change. From the last time we brought this to you, which was November 1, at that time we had funding left over from the business assistance program, and we asked to move $90,000 of that from that program down to the MLK because that was estimated at needing an additional $90,000. So those changes are represented on this slide here.
Sorry, another one.
No, that's fine.
So we've only allocated $250,000 to stormwater infrastructure investment?
That was a project that Stormwater had related to 10th and Grace. So do understand that with these ARPA funds, there are restrictions on what the funds can be used for.
Right.
And not only do we have the guidance from the U.S. Treasury, but we also have to look and make sure we're authorized by North Carolina general statutes to use these funds. So while the Treasury guidance is pretty broad on different things you can use it to, our general statutes do not authorize us as a local government to use funds in all of those areas. So we do have to be careful as to how we're using these funds. For the stormwater project, they started out with just water and sewer infrastructure, and then through numerous questions, they then in the interim guidance came back and said, okay, you can add in stormwater as long as it's an approved infrastructure project from DENR. And now with the final guidance, they did broaden that a little bit more, but at the time, this was a project that the department had come forward with that would be ready and constructed and spent to meet those deadlines, and that's the other key.
With stormwater just ranking so high on citizen survey, are we anticipating other projects in that stormwater infrastructure realm for the remaining 12 million?
As you can see how the plan is allocated out, we've allocated all of the funding with the exception of $1.7 million, and that goes back to the handout that I gave you. Council can make some changes on this recommended plan as you see fit, and those that we have not already contracted or obligated, if you want to change the funding around from the plan that hasn't been allocated yet, we can make that happen.
Thank you.
I guess this question is for Tony, or maybe it's for you too. The Convention Center Outdoor Pavilion, I know that we talked about it at one of our council meetings or retreats, Tony, and there was going to be a discussion as to how that thing was going to look and what it was going to entail. I guess we've got allocated in there $2 million for that. Is that correct?
That is correct, and Eris Dunstan was the one that was leading that charge, and I think she brought some drawings to you all, and you all had some suggestions for her to go back. Since she's left, Aubrey and Chance are kind of dealing with the economic development areas, and we have not yet met to kind of bring that back forward, but we do have the $2 million allocated for that, to be towards that pavilion, and we'll get that information and get with them and see where that was left off at with it.
And the reason I'm mentioning that is because there was a little bit of heartburn and a lot of opinion as to what this thing would look like and whatnot. And I think that council, it's owed to council, at least maybe take it to the governance committee, as we have done with a lot of other projects that have to do with aesthetics, and let them take a look at it first. And if they have some comments or concerns, I think you should listen to it. It's that way you don't bring it to us and all of a sudden you think it's a done deal with us, and then all of a sudden we're tearing it apart. And
yeah, and I'll get with Chance and Aubrey, and we'll refresh that and then bring it back to
because it also, I
governance
thought it
committee.
entailed not only covering it, but also being able to heat it and cool it to be able to have actual functions outside. And I think it got a little bit more elaborate than what we anticipated. I just want to make sure that we just have eyeballs on it.
You are still looped in on this project,
Okay.
believe me. And the reason you haven't heard anything about it is that we've got two projects going on essentially at the convention center at the same time right now. Some of it is FEMA related, some of it is upgrade, and it is taking up pretty much all of Chance's bandwidth with regard to getting this project through the loop and right now getting it bid and contracted. Once we get it contracted, then we'll pay some attention to the secondary, which is the outdoor pavilion.
All right, and then the other question I have is in regards to the revenue loss for the convention center / parking, how much of that is parking? Do you have a breakdown of that?
We did remove the parking portion of that, and so it is just now the convention center, and I did not take that off of this side, so I
Very good.
apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we had 600,000 allocated for parking, but when we got to close out our fiscal year 21, realized that it was not needed. Parking actually rebounded and did better than expected.
And Jennifer, in respect to the reserve / council priorities / future needs, you got 1.7 million set aside for us?
For future needs that come up, or if you say, we want to add another stormwater project to this, or we want to do something else, that's where that is. And the handout are some things that have come up and requested that are not included in this plan.
But we do have that money available to us, and we will be able to make that decision.
Yes.
I guess but that money again has to be spent or allocated by 2024, correct?
Yeah, we have to obligate or have under contract by 2024 and spent entirely by 2026.
So we could use some of this money that we see here for some of the nonprofits, with the $500,000 that additional nonprofit. Can we do that?
We can do it like we did with the nonprofit program, as long as they are meeting the needs and the requirements that we had with the ARPA funds. We could add to that and do additional funding that
Very
way.
good.
So,
Okay, good, thank you.
yes. So this is where we are as far as spending the funds. For the total amount allocated, the 25.9, we have spent to date money out the door, 7.1 million. We have contracts for 5.6 million. funding that has not been put under contract, and some of this has come to council, but we're still working on the agreements with the agencies. So we have $13.1 million that's recommended in the plan that we have not yet brought to council or have not put under contract yet. So to let you know where we are with actual money out the door with these funds. This says August, but actually the updates from the November presentation. Two areas I want to just bring to your attention and update you on. We did the business assistance program as part of this funding plan. We were able to issue grants to 86 different businesses. Because of the restrictions and the documentation that we have to have, we are accountable for all of these funds. And so if they are not spent on eligible expenses, we have to pay them back. If we do not have the supporting documentation to show how they were spent, we have to pay these funds back. So this is very important for everybody to understand. We need the documentation. Even though we pass it through another agency like the businesses, they have to provide that documentation to us to support how these funds were spent. They signed agreements stating what they are required to provide and that they would provide it on a quarterly basis. So because of state statutes, there's specifics on what we can give private businesses funding for. So we programmed this to be more like an economic incentive to keep people employed, to bring people back to employment, retain those jobs. So this is to be used by the businesses for their payroll, which would be an easy thing for them to provide their payroll documentation, who they paid, how much they paid, to equal the amount of the grant that they were given. Two of the businesses, they were smaller businesses, felt like that was too much on them, so they returned the funds. So that's $10,000 each. They did return that earlier on, said, you know, that's too much for us. We have 4 of the businesses that we are having difficulty getting anything from. 2 of them we can't even contact. The other 2 are saying, you're harassing me, I've already spent the money, I don't have any documentation, leave me alone. We don't want to have to pay these funds back. These 4 businesses total $95,000 of grant money. So we have now asked legal to step in and send them a letter reminding them of the agreement they signed, you know, how this is all, you know, arranged. They knew that up front. So just to bring that to your attention, because we are, you know, my staff is being accused of harassing them, but you know, we have to provide this documentation and we have to get it for them so we don't have to repay those funds. So I did want to bring that to your attention.
This may be a question for legal, but what was our recourse, or what was the agreement they had to execute? I assume that they would have to provide their quarterly reports, but
Yes.
What recourse does the city have to collect?
Once it becomes, so if we don't get the documentation from them and we have to pay back the U.S. Treasury, it's a debt they now owe to the city, because we have to pay that back and it's a debt, and we will turn them over to our collections process and go through collections on that.
And if the business is shuttered, that's pretty much it?
Yep.
Okay.
And we're just
So
out.
there's no personal guarantees on that, probably because they were below a threshold?
No.
Melissa will correct me. Melissa Huffson has been doing this work, but it's generally in the nature of debt. I don't believe we have any personal bonds or the ability to go after someone for their personal assets if we're dealing with a corporation, which we almost always are. Bankruptcy would protect them.
Yeah, with these, the grants, didn't we do it like, you get a quarter of it at the beginning, and then you kind of gave it to them in increments, is that correct?
Not for the business assistance, because they were
Okay.
trying to get people back in and keep their business running and pay their employees.
Okay.
And because the ARPA guidance did allow those expenses to go back to March 3rd forward. So, you know, we've gotten responses and quarterly reports from 80 of these businesses.
That's good.
And so a lot of them, they've already spent the money, they've sent all their documentation, they're done, we can close it out. We gave everybody a year to spend the money on their payroll and give us that documentation. We require quarterly reports to
Right.
make sure that we keep that contact, so that at the end of the year, we're then not chasing people down and saying, you know, we gave you that money a year ago and you got to give us this documentation. This was a way for us to keep that communication ongoing so we would know what was going on during it and hopefully close them out a lot sooner than the year.
Jennifer, when we put this money in for the business assistance program, were we not, we were partnering with the county on this?
That is correct.
So our share, or the 4 businesses that have given you no response, the $95,000, is that specific to the city, or is
Yes.
it? Okay.
Yeah, we put in 2 million and the county put in 2.5 million. And the businesses that the city granted to had to be within the city limits. And there were 86 of those businesses that we granted to with our $2 million.
And there's not a playbook for this, you know, like funds being handed out like this. So I understand we probably anticipated some loss, some businesses just not paying. It's unfortunate, but definitely would recommend legal taking action to try and pull some funds back if possible. I realize it's a bit of a long shot, but.
Yeah, and that's where we are right now is having legal step in and send the certified letters and remind them.
Frankly, one of the reasons that we've held back on the council allocation of $1.7 million is just for potential like this.
And you are, again, working with these folks, trying to get them to step up.
Yes, sir.
Harassing them, I believe is the term. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Yes. We are harassing them to make sure that the city funds do not have to go towards paying these back. Actually, we're trying to be very nice and be helpful. We've offered them to come into our office and we'll help them, you know, get into the computer and give us that and show them exactly what we need. So they are trying to be as helpful as we can to get what we need for these. The other program is the Utility Assistance Program. As you recall, CFPUA had made a request for the city and the county to help with their delinquencies. So they have, with the governor's order back in January of 2020, could not disconnect utilities for non-payment during the COVID period. The governor lifted their order, I believe, in June or July. CFPUA continued that from January of 2020 through October of this past year. So
the 500,000 is specific to Cape Fear Public Utility, or can it be used for Duke Power?
No, just for CFPUA, yep. Okay. And so this was a program, the county put in 500,000, the city put in 500,000. We had the program opened on September 22nd and originally was to close on December 31. The period of coverage for any delinquent bills went through October 15th. So any delinquent charges up to October 15th could be covered with these funds. Going back to the guidance of U.S. Treasury, the citizens or the customers that qualify for this had to meet the low-income eligibility. So CFPUA, they started their disconnections in October, and then also in October they went to monthly billing, where they used to do a bi-monthly billing. And then during the Christmas holidays, they do not do disconnections, so they asked us to extend it to January 31. Which we did. At this point, as of January 20th, the city has paid out $153,000 towards this program. We work with the county because a majority of the customers that need this assistance are city. So the county has been meeting us one-for-one, so they're covering a lot of city accounts. So they're about the 153 as well. And so through January 31st is when the application deadline is. And then those applications that were submitted prior to January 31, we will look at those through mid-March to fund any of those that are eligible. But we are doing a one-for-one with the county to make sure that we're both allocating evenly.
On some of the customers that are coming forward to ask for the assistance, are they folks that we're doing over and over again, or helping them?
We only allow a one-time application. Before this program went in place, there was another program that was run through DSS that was state funding, and then Another program called LEWAP opened December 1, again through DSS for the exact same thing. So there's additional funding other than this.
Okay, good. So if somebody comes forward and needs additional assistance, and even though we can only give it one time, there is other
Yes.
places they can go.
Yes.
Are these folks made aware of that at that time?
Yes, so there's several ways that customers are being notified of these various programs. One is the CFPUA website as well as the DSS website. On their bill, they're getting a monthly bill now. There is an area on there where they're notifying them of utility assistance, call this number, go online. I was watching WWAY the other night, and they were talking about this program ending January 31. You see billboards out there about the information. Because this program was coming to an end, CFPUA, there was 344 residents that they identified that were not yet cut off, and so they sent them letters directly to let them know, here's the program, see if you're eligible for it. So every person has been notified and know that this program is available. Unfortunately, from talking with folks at CFPUA, although you tell people over and over again, you know, you're delinquent, here's an opportunity for assistance, if you're eligible, until you actually go and turn their water off, then they call and say, well, what can I do? And then they put that out there. But they did send a letter directly to those remaining 344 people.
Okay.
And if I might interrupt, we originally had said that it would be the close of the calendar year that we would no longer subsidize this program. At the request of the executive director of CFPUA, we lengthened it an additional 30 days simply because he did not have enough staff to cut all of the folks off within a 30-day period, by the end of the calendar year. So we lengthened it 31 days, and it will come to a close on January 31st. Okay.
So the U.S. Treasury finally issued their final guidance. That was issued on January 6th. From the time that the bill was signed until January 6th, we've been operating under interim guidelines and told, you know, this may change. So we were very careful and cautious as to how we were funding the plan. The final ruling does take effect April 1. So any changes or any new plans that we do between January 6th and April 1, we can follow the interim guidance or we can follow the final guidance. They will honor both, but effective April 1, we have to follow the final guidance. So two things that came up that would impact our plan as we have brought forward. One of them is the revenue loss. So prior to the final ruling coming out, there was a calculation that we had to do. And we had to calculate how much of our revenue and do a trend over 3 years using an average CPI on that. And then certain revenues were allowable, certain ones were not. So we had to go through this really long calculation. So when we did that calculation, we came up with $10.1 million. Well, with the final rule, they came out and said, everybody across the board, you can have a cap of $10 million of your ARPA funds to be used in the way that is allowable for revenue loss. It's very general. The reporting on it is not as restrictive as the calculated amount, and things that don't fit in other categories allowable or eligible under the plan can be used under here any way that we would use general funds for. The caveat is we have to follow federal procurement rules to use any of this money. So that's another thing that we have to look at when we're doing anything. The other thing that can help us is the portion of the revenue loss, that part of that $10 million, if we have a project that we were using general funds as a local match for a federal funded program, we can now supplement with that with these general funds and then kind of swap out the general funds. And that's important when I come back to you at the end. There were other changes in there, but as far as our plan was impacted, these are the ones that kind of stuck out that would help us a little bit. Coming forward on your February 1 agenda are two new requests, resolutions for you. They are in the plan. They've been in the plan since the beginning as a recommendation. One of them is for affordable housing preservation, $250,000. This is a request with Cape Fear Collective on naturally occurring affordable housing. And my understanding is they will purchase homes that have been affordable homes or need some renovation, and then they will rent those out at affordable prices, meeting at or below the 80% median household income. The other request is for the small business entrepreneurial, and that is $100,000. This program will be with Genesis Block, and they do startup business job training. So they are asking for funding to help hire someone to come in and be able to provide these training programs for people who want to start their own business and help them maneuver through that process. So these will be on your February 1 agenda. We've talked about this numerous times. The Salvation Army had a request to ask for ARPA funds of $1.3 million for road construction. Because of North Carolina general statutes, we cannot give money to build a road on private property, so the land would have to be dedicated to the city, and then the city would have to build the road. The city's cost estimate came in at $2,631,000. So we've been researching different alternatives to bring to council and then ask if this is something you want to move forward with. As Tom mentioned earlier, I did reach out to the Salvation Army and asked them, I gave them the cost difference and asked them if they had any funding that they could put towards this gap difference. And they were supposed to get back to me by the end of the week, and I have not yet heard from them. But that is our first step. If they can put more funding and close this gap, then we can come to council and let you all know that. Some other options we were looking at, because if they dedicate the land to the city, then it's on us to build. Well, using ARPA funds, we have those deadlines. And given all the other projects that our staff have going on, this is not a project that is a priority. So it would be pushed back, and we may not meet those deadlines. So two of the things we were looking at is, can we do a reimbursement agreement with a developer, where they build the road, and then when they dedicate it to us, we reimburse them. Not with ARPA funds, but with general funds, we could do that. So the second thing we looked at is, do we have a project where we can swap funds out, where we have general funds going towards the project? Can we swap that out with ARPA funds and then free up those general funds to be used for this project? And either put them in a capital project for later construction of the road, or look at doing that reimbursement agreement. But our first step is to come back and find out what additional funding Salvation Army can put towards this request.
Have we approached the developer about that to see if they would be amenable?
Not yet. I want to see first what Salvation Army can do, and then talk to them about these options and see if that's something that they want to go forward with.
Sure.
And then we'll try to have all that information when we come back to council.
Great.
Jennifer, can we go back a second
Sure.
to this Genesis Block $100,000 request? And is this just a one-of outlier request for $100,000 from Genesis Block? And how did it even come about? Is another question that I have.
When we were first talking about putting the plan together, I believe there was a request. It may have been something you had mentioned, Councilman Spears, about looking at startup businesses and entrepreneurship opportunities. And so our committee started looking at the different programs that we could bring funding towards. And so this was one that they had reached out and talked with, and I think we were approached by Genesis Block as something that they were doing. I believe they came to council last year asking for funds for their program as well. And so they had experienced some difficult times during the COVID period and lost some revenue and funding towards their program. So this is something that will help them out with that. I don't know, Tony McEwen, do you have anything to add? Just to make sure I give you all the information. Tony's been working on this one.
And both of these are coming before council in this next council meeting, right?
Yes,
They're already through the pending request period, and we're going to be voting on them Tuesday.
They were part of the plan and working with them. Yep. We now have that narrative.
That
we're
and the
bringing
affordable
towards to
housing
them.
preservation. Great.
Yeah, this was a proposal from Genesis Block, but it was in line with one of the initial priorities that staff came up with after hearing from council about building economic resilience, and in this case, entrepreneurial opportunities and training in the most impacted census tracts, in particular, minority entrepreneurial promotion and training.
Right, so, but this is for, so is this a position for them?
Yeah.
$100,000 for them to to create a position, or this is $100,000 towards creating jobs in our community by them?
It's a combination of both, Councilman Spears. It is a position that they are going to hire on staff, and then the second portion of it would be for programs associated with their effort.
Okay. And does anybody know offhand how much money we gave them? It just seemed like it was just a few months ago, but you know, I could have
1,000? Was it 25,000?
25,000.
I think it was. I can't remember.
Yes, 25,000. And they are asking funding to hire an educational coordinator, provide tuition support for underserved entrepreneurs to receive training, as well as increase marketing to those same individuals, is what their request is for.
Okay. And this may be a little bit off subject, but didn't Clark Hip mention Genesis Block as being a potential partner for the Castle Street project?
Yes, sir. He was going to partner with Genesis Block, but of course he's withdrawn that proposal.
Right. Okay. I just want to get my ducks in a row. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're
And
welcome.
Also, I understand that Genesis Block folks will be here for the council meeting if you have direct questions about this funding for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I gave you a handout, and Councilman Spears, I did email it to you, and I apologize for not having this as part of the packet. I felt this was something you might be able to understand a little bit better if it was in front of you. So there's two sheets here. One of them is the ARPA unprogrammed request, and then the second one is the plan where we have what the total funding was for each category, what we've expensed to date, what's under contract, the remaining budget. And so there's a little highlight, a very light highlight on this that you may or may not be able to tell, but that relates to the items I'm going to talk about on the unprogrammed request page. So for unprogrammed request, we have the Salvation Army. Their request was 1.3. The city's estimate is 2.6. We also have a request from staff to help with the COVID cases and the virus, to put UV lighting on our HVAC systems, and that will sterilize the air as it's circulating, and that is $110,000. And then there's a request to replace the chairs up here in council chambers with a chair that has a fabric that's antimicrobial material that will again help fight any kind of virus, and that's for $100,000. Yes. Sorry.
No. So there's the replacing of the chamber chairs with antimicrobial material, roughly $100,000. On the CIP presentation, it was page 78, they had a line item for replacing 324 council chairs to the tune of $105,000. So are we talking about spending $205,000 on 300 chairs?
No, this will replace that request. If we don't fund it through the ARPA funds, it will stay on that request.
That's like $350 a chair.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, Dave is shaking his head, yes.
278?
Yes, the quote is $278 per chair.
That-
And we thought it would be better if it was antimicrobial during this pandemic to go ahead and purchase those chairs now to be more sanitary than to wait later in the pandemic.
Okay. That seems like a lot of money for chairs.
You know, certainly commercial grade, you know, we had 3 specs, 278 for standard and the antimicrobial, but, you know, we certainly will, we have an estimate, be glad to give you more information on it.
Yeah, I did a quick search last night for commercial chairs, and I had a hard time finding any over $100 when I saw that line item. So not to be picky on a $100,000 item, and we've got lots of other big items, but pennies add up to dollars, right? So I'd like to just express my concern with $300 chairs.
We'll try and get some more information on there. The reason it's on this list is because it would fall under being eligible for these type of funds.
Yeah.
It would be moved out of the CIP
Yes.
allocation into ARP allocation when and if we replace chairs.
Correct, and if you make that decision to use these funds towards that request.
Jennifer, excuse me, I'm sorry. That particular one you're looking at is actually unfunded, so it didn't make the list for consideration yet,
The CIP
the CIP.
tracking, okay.
So that's why I think that we're trying to, it's
Get
here.
it funded, get some chairs. Okay.
Right.
And we're talking about like the green chairs?
Yes.
That we're talking about? Not these up here. So we'll just be, okay, I mean, we'll get the germs.
We'll
Okay, I
spray
got
those
it.
down.
No problem.
And the last item on here is to relocate our server from 315 Chestnut to 305 Chestnut. So that little brick building that's behind 305, it's in pretty bad shape, and our server is housed in that. So that raises some concerns. And we have a room in 305 that is for that, but to move it over and get the HVAC system in that room and everything that's needed to house that server, the cost estimate is about $700,000. This is something that could be used under the revenue loss calculation where we could use general funds for. It doesn't fit anywhere else in the eligible uses, but in the revenue loss calculation. So for the total requests, with the original request of the Salvation Army, we're at $2.2 million. If we look at the city's estimate on that road, we're at $3.5 million. So where we have available funds or we can reprogram funds, we have the $1,760,000 from council priorities. $600,000 we can move from the convention center. That was that parking revenue we talked about. Utility assistance, since we've only paid out $153,000 over 4 months, we feel confident that we can move approximately $300,000 remaining from that initial program, and then the 2 business returns of $20,000. Tourism assistance, there's a line item in there. It started off at $1 million. It went down to $750,000, and through further conversations, we believe that's now $650,000. There is some concern as being able to use those funds to market for tourism. They have to first identify what those businesses that were in business prior to COVID, what their impact from COVID was, and the marketing has to be directed towards those businesses. So it's a big ask, and so trying to make sure that those funds are used within the eligibility. But right now, that will come down to $650,000 towards that, so we can take $100,000 and move it towards this. And then under the line for employment incentive and employee pay, we have, I think, $80-some thousand left in there, so moving 50 from that over to here will free up about $2.8 million, meeting the original request, but not with the additional estimate on the city's roads, or on the Salvation Road. So that's where we are with available funds to look at these additional requests that have come forward. On the revenue loss replacement, as I mentioned, we now have a $10 million cap that can be used, anything that we would use general funds for. So if we look at the convention center is one of those, we're trying to pay operating costs on that to replace the revenue that we've lost from the convention center. we're at $5 million for that, and then if we relocate the server, that'll be $700,000. So our allowance is 4.3, still allowable to use that revenue loss portion of, but we only have 2.8 available in our plan. So things for you to think about and, give us back some feedback on if these requests are things you want us to move forward and use these funds for. Wait until we hear back from the Salvation Army and see where we're going with that, and then bring it back to you all to kind of give us some more feedback and make some decisions on that.
Just the Salvation Army, I mean, we've been talking about this for quite some time. And I guess Mike could talk a little bit more on the design of this roadway. Is it been designed, or is it just?
I don't think it's been designed. I think it is a cost estimate based upon the data that the Salvation Army had, and of course then we added to that with our own review.
And then in respect to the Salvation Army, I don't even know if they have a plan or a design of what they're going to do out there. I mean, there's been talk, there's been schematic drawings. I guess my thing is, I hate to tie up all this money for the Salvation Army piece where even if they sold it today and they started their project tomorrow, it's going to take them with supply chain issues and labor and an assortment of other things. It's going to take them possibly several, like 2 years, 3 years to even get this thing done. So it kind of puts us in the same boat with them. And I don't mind allocating some funding for it, but to allocate the full amount when they haven't even gotten it under contract. And we don't know when they'll start, and I'm sure they have to raise funding for their. Tony, you probably have more about it.
I think that's one of the concerns that I have, is that their timetable has not been nearly as quick as we had hoped for on anything. And I also have some concern about them following through on making sure. So any allocation that we would make, we would enter into some sort of agreement that would require certain deadlines be met on their part. But I would agree, the part that we had worried about up to this point in time was the window in which to obligate the ARPA funds. You had 2 years to do that, and I'm concerned about that. That's why staff is reviewing where we can flip-flop money to be able to use general fund money as opposed to the ARPA funds. So we'll be back to you with more information on that particular issue. But the question was, in general, do you support this and do you want to reserve the funds? And what I hear council saying is not necessarily the whole thing at this point in time, maybe not even any of it, just wait and see.
Because it's a moving target, and it's a complex project, and I know they've had a couple of people, I think they may have even had it under contract a couple of times, and it's fallen through. I just don't want to, we got some really tough needs in the community, and I just want to make sure that we're meeting those obligations and needs, and this is something that's kind of out there. It's been out there for quite some time, and the costs keep rising because of the time that we're dealing with here.
Well, and the reason we stay with this project, so we do believe that the Salvation Army serves a great purpose.
Sure,
and
absolutely.
that it could highly benefit the city of Wilmington if their services were not located on some of the prime property within middle of downtown.
Sure.
So that's the reason we try to stay with it as much as possible.
Okay. And we just want to be able to pivot if we have to, and I just think we just have to be really flexible as we can be. And I understand there's time limits and dates that we have to meet, but thank you for giving us those options so we can flip it if we need to, so we can move to something else. Okay.
Quick question. ARPA money could not be used, like, say, for like a food desert or like a food bank or anything like that?
Well, we have funded two of the north side and
Food co-op.
the other one, $200,000 went to both of those organizations to help with their programs to help combat the food desert and put food out to those areas. One was in north side and one was in south side, I believe.
Okay. All right. I just know that I know they're looking for more funding too, and they'll probably come up later on maybe. Just asking.
Jennifer,
Okay.
before you leave, is there further guidance that you want to provide with regard to Jennifer's handout? Are you predisposed to any of these? Would you just like to wait to see if they develop?
I mean, the Salvation Army, they're 1.3. It sounds like we kind of would push that off.
Yeah, I mean, if we can, yeah, I mean.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have a little bit more flexibility in the 1.78, and I think we've got a lot of needs coming to us, especially with some of the nonprofits. I just want us to have the opportunity to be able to meet those demands. And since we don't have a specific date and time with the Salvation Army, and it has been going on a moving target, and I know they're going to eventually move, and they should move. They need, you know, bigger space and
Yes, sir.
whatnot. I just think that we'd be prudent to hold that money to see if we can use it in put it in other pockets right now. I mean, if we had to, and let's just say they sold tomorrow and this thing moves fast, we'll have to find the money somewhere, and we will. But I think, you know, it gives us some flexibility here.
And obviously, we need to look closer at the chair acquisition, and we'll do that. If you have any further feedback on the other two items, certainly let us know.
I think it's important, two things that are important there. One is relocating the server. I think that is important, and security, tech security, and all of that, I think, is very important these days. So I think we should make that a priority. And I think another thing is the UV lighting in the HVAC systems whenever we can do that. I think that is a significant thing, too. I agree with other people that, you know, doing the chairs seems somewhat superfluous. We can put more of these cleaning things out there. If people are concerned, they can clean the arms of the chairs themselves. I mean,
Or
you know,
stand.
I just don't think that that's money we need to spend right at this time.
Agreed.
Okay, so hearing that, I can reprogram the funding from the convention center and some of those others to cover the relocating the server and the UV lighting on the HVAC, and that still reserves that 1.7 and these other remaining funds towards future decisions that y'all make, if you're good with that.
Sure.
Yeah, and so, like, for example, if something came up relating to food, increasing the food deficit, like I know with the Salvation Army building, not Salvation Army, the food bank, you know, building the new building, you know, and they serve a number of people. Just, would that be a place where we could perhaps put something in there, a little more in that category?
Yes, we
Okay.
could look at that and work with them on getting a narrative to make sure what they are doing falls within the eligibility.
On the food bank on the south side, what's the total? We've committed quite a bit of money to them.
250,000.
I think 75,000 went to
Yeah.
south side and 125,000 went to north side.
But we also had allocated a certain amount of money per year for, I think, 10 years.
5 years, 250,000, I
Was it
believe.
5 years or 10 years?
50,000 a year for 5 years.
5, okay.
5 years.
Was
That's
that
significant.
ARPA funding, or was that was, okay.
No, that's not opera at all.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, it is close to the bewitching hour for lunch. If you'd like to take a brief break for lunch, and then we can resume afterwards.
Yeah, how long y'all want to take? Or y'all want to work through it? All right, we're going to grab our lunch. We're going to get back to here, then we'll just keep running. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
You guys ready to go?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes just to, give us 15, and we'll go from there.
good. It doesn't have red peppers, thank God. They always put red peppers in. What's wrong? What?
Just want to make sure you weren't talking about it.
All right, we're going to go back into session. I do have to do another roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here? Okay. Councilman Rivenbark has left for another appointment. Councilman Anderson has been excused. Councilman Barnett, are you here? Okay, he's here. Councilmember Spears, are you here?
Still here.
Right here. Councilman Waddell, you here? Okay, and the chair's here. This time I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Moten has evidently had time to choke down at least part of his lunch, and he'll come forward and do this presentation today on the Rise Together initiative to give you an update of where we've been and, of course, some next steps in terms of where we're going. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and council members, if you'll give me a moment just to depart from form, today is the first occasion I have to introduce you to the city's first Chief Equity Inclusion Officer, Joseph Conway. So I'd like to take just a quick moment, invite him to come up and acknowledge you and make a couple comments, and I'll jump right in.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you so much. This has been quite eye-opening being here this morning. Looking forward to getting started with the city. I've been greeted with open arms, so I have to tell you that I'm quite impressed of all the work that's been done, and I know that's going to be discussed over the next few minutes here, but thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. Looking forward to working with you and being a resource for you.
Welcome aboard, Joe. Thank you.
And remember, I didn't vote for you.
Okay. That's okay.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to give you an update on the organization's Rise Together work during 2021. A familiar face, our leader. Want to pivot. Well, he's like, I think he's telling me, listen to me, Thomas. And so I think that's what he probably was thinking. But I want to take a moment to share with you a message that Tony shared with the workforce relative to the Rise Together initiative. Are you ready for that, Dylan? Thank you.
You booked a sunny Verbo ski chalet with endless views of snow-covered peaks.
Hi, everyone. I'm City Manager Tony Caudle. As I shared with you earlier this month, your response during the first steps of our Rise Together cultural assessment has been outstanding. Our Rise Together goal is to ensure that Wilmington is a community where everyone is valued and shares in the same opportunities for prosperity and quality of life, regardless of color, class, or creed. Last week, our partners on the assessment, Intellect, shared some preliminary results with the executive staff. I'd like to share those with you and update you on some upcoming activities. I'm encouraged by the number of employees who responded to Rise Together survey, which exceeded expectations. Intellect is reading every comment and will summarize them for us to maintain confidentiality. This will be used to help understand how the city is performing on its diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, as well as guide our strategic planning and future decisions. This will also help us measure progress on our journey to becoming an even more welcoming city. Next, we will begin reviewing our policies and practices. Reviewing our policies, practices, and trends will help us identify what's working and what could work better. Intellect will help us review trend data and see how we're doing in areas like hiring, promotions, training, and awarding contracts. We will also be forming focus groups of employees run by Intellect to learn about common traits and experiences shared by various parts of our workforce. In these confidential conversations, facilitators will build upon your survey responses with real stories and experiences to give us a better picture of our organization. Because Intellect wants to learn from several employee groups, you may be invited to participate. If you're invited, I encourage you to join. And if you have questions, please reach out to an executive staff member and they can help get answers for you. As we do this, roundtable discussions will be held with representatives of local businesses and groups within the wider community. We are doing this so as to make our organization a place where you can do your best work, provide high-quality services, and build a more welcoming and equitable community for years to come. Thank you for your shared commitment to rise together as we make this journey together.
All right, well, thank you. You can tell by some of the events that were mentioned. Tony's a natural, first of all, behind the camera, or in front of the camera, but you can tell that some of those events have already occurred. But we just want to give you a little bit of insights into the efforts and to communicate with the workforce. It's never enough, is what we would say, over and over, do more as much as we can. But, you know, I think the important takeaway also is the message that Tony provided to the employees, but also what's on the screen. Patience and emotional resilience are important, for we must be in it for the long run. I think you want to have a sense of urgency, but also recognize overnight it requires resilience, patience, and understanding. So just a quick highlight of what we're going to cover pretty briefly. August 18th, that was sort of the set motion go date. That's the date the council gave us the marching orders of what they wanted to accomplish as it related to the Rise Together initiative. So we began embarking on that work. Department exploring how we could work together to elevate respect, consideration, and belonging for all individuals. And even at August 18, 2020, there were departments already working in this space. The Wilmington Police Department had kicked off fair and impartial policing to better understand the individuals that they serve and come into contact with. Wilmington Fire Department with its diversity committee. The Parks and the Recreation Division of Community Services was working on a project through the North Carolina Recreation Parks Association, racial cohort, learning more. There were other things happening as well, but those are just a few worth mentioning. In addition, we'll give you what I call a glance. You can look at one slide and see some of the highlights of 2021. And then we'll talk a little bit about where do we go forward with Intellect's work, next step, and we've got two appendices at the end of the slide if you wanted to dig in a little deeper in your own time. Please feel free to ask me any questions, interrupt at any time. The information is for your benefit. It's important that we take time to recognize and celebrate the hard work that mayors and council members and citizens have done throughout the years to make Wilmington a more equitable and welcoming place. Some of the infrastructure that we've utilized to make that happen on the screen. The Commission on African American History, the Community Relations Advisory Group, the Cape Fear Disability Commission, the City of Wilmington, New Hanover County Workforce Housing Advisory Group, New Hanover County Commission of Women. So while the work's been in place, we know there's more that we can continue to do. So when we think about our Rise Together initiative and how do we translate that into action steps, we walked away with 5 key aspects. 1, gain an understanding of where we are as an organization and as a community. That work is underway. Later, after me, you'll hear from Jared Patterson about the 2021 Citizen Survey. There were specific questions included on the Citizen Survey gauging feedback relative to DE&I. The employee survey was completed, so we wanted to hear from the employees. As Tony's video indicated, we also wanted to hear from community members. So corporate leaders and community leaders were invited to participate in roundtables and give us input relative to diversity, equity, inclusion. Second, we've inventoried and assessed city programs and services. That kicked off in 2020 with much haste and urgency. And yet we recognize we've got to continually review and evaluate and assess our programs applying that equity lens. Where are the gaps? What can we do more? How can we help others overcome barriers that may be unintended? Third, identify stakeholders who can contribute to this effort. That work is underway, and yet we'll continue building on it. Some of those partners, the Mayor's Task Force on Non-Discrimination Ordinance. We've got Novant Health Equity Group that's been working with us. New Hanover County Diversity Equity Office has been working in the community as well. May surprise some of you to know that the Wilmington Rotary Club is asking for support and working in the community to build bridges, and they're facilitating what's called courageous conversations, bringing people of diverse backgrounds in a virtual way to talk of different backgrounds, to talk about things so that we can live more harmoniously and understand each other better and more fully. Fourth, what do we need to know and learn? So that really relates to, what skills do we need? Looking at our data. If you recall, Suzanne shared with you a GIS map that had data overlaid with certain components of census tract data. Mayor, you may recall the information that Dave Mays presented in his street maintenance chart that overlaid street condition with census tract data so we could look at the conditions of the roadway. So again, infusing the data that we have, infusing an equity lens into it. Capacity building, fancy word for what do we need to learn? And so, we've been learning, getting some training. And then last, the fifth stage is options, solutions, and recommendations. What's interesting about these stages, though, you think, well, you can move linearly through them. We're going to be at stage 1 at times, stage 2, but you're going to continually go back and forth. Human behavior, the needs of the community change. It's not work that's done.
Hey, Tom, just a question. In respect to our internal analysis, I know we'll be looking at things that we can do better within the city staff and the employment base of the city. In respect to the data analysis in regards to some of the areas where we see high poverty, and we're talking about structuring our CIP to have impacts in those areas where we're trying to reduce poverty and trying to give folks an equal footing. In specific to what you shared with us or was shared with us earlier today and what I saw in the census tract numbers, when you delve into those census tract numbers and you're trying to see things that we as a city need to be making investments in to improve that particular area, to bring it up to speed, would you be specifically looking at things like that, like sidewalks, drainage issues, parks, all of that?
Yes, so some of that work's already happening, and it was mentioned earlier that Suzanne mentioned the Bike Ped Committee. Mm-hmm. Historically, we look at the sidewalk gaps and the need for sidewalks, and we look at goat trails, where there's footprints in the dirt, but we began overlaying it with other data that may be important, like vehicle ownership. Where there's low vehicle personal ownership, that may be an indication that your over-reliance on sidewalk and the lack of infrastructure has more of a meaning than just recreational walking. Recently, we've been working with the county on an issue that they're utilizing a tool called the Social Vulnerability Index. It looks at employment, housing, education, poverty, and you can overlay those factors on top of other data you have. So if you think about the need for recreation programs, we may begin overlapping that. Is there transportation needs? WAVE. To some degree, we use that same type of data to talk about where bus stops may need to be. So we'll continue to learn how to apply those tools, but it's an evolution. And it's good that we have a Chief Equity Inclusion Officer that's really accustomed to using data to kind of help us use best practices.
Which brings me to the other question. In respect to making the investments, specific investments, when we're, especially when it ties in with CIP improvements, and one of the things that we have seen with the North Side Plan, which was a very successful plan that the citizens put together and that City Council adopted it, there was a significant amount of money that was spent in the North Side that has which has had some negative impact in regards to gentrification. When you make that significant investment from the public sector, the private sector follows and starts making investments because you make things prettier and better and what have you. When you start delving into those CIP projects where we'll be making significant investments in particular areas, will we also be looking at what this could potentially do in regard to gentrification in respect to rental assistance programs, affordable housing issues where we can keep the tenant or the person in place there. Because as that value in that particular area grows because of the investment that the public sector has made, the private sector is going to fall right in behind it. Would that be taken into
Right.
consideration when we're talking about that? Because it's a big thing.
Well, we need to, we're going to make note of that and make sure we include it. The other part of it is, our housing programs, which council enhanced the investment in it this current fiscal year and going forward. Programs that can help those that are already in housing, maybe sustain it or improve it. You've expressed that interest. So we'll continue working with community services staff and the community to understand what are their needs and priorities.
Okay.
No doubt.
Very good.
I'm going to keep moving if you like. Okay.
Please.
Just want to remind you that the early explorers on this journey are listed above. Those are employees that represent some of the major departments and divisions throughout the city. We wanted other voices to be involved in the early forays in this effort, so we had representatives from police, fire, IT, budget, city manager's office, communication. Going forward, I'd envision there'll be a larger iteration of a group that would draw from every department. You want engagement across the organization, people who want to volunteer to be involved and be a resource group, but also help advise and direct the efforts that will get underway. So 2021 at a glance, just will highlight a few of the things that you see on your screen. If you look, you're looking at really 12 months and 6 slices of toast, if you will. But if you start with your January, February, some things that are worth highlighting. The effort for the Municipal Equity Index, we continue to explore and look at that. That is a national rating. North Carolina cities are rated regarding their receptivity towards LGBTQ issues, but the reality of it is it's through the human rights group, and so in many ways it's for anybody. But its focus is oftentimes for that community. So that effort's been going underway. We began working on a job profile for the DE&I positions once you indicated that you had a desire to do that. The EMT group kicked off peer-to-peer learning. So each member of the EMT group was sharing what's happening in their profession as it relates to diversity, equity, inclusion. Moving into March and April, just to highlight a couple of things, you can see that...
Wait a second, Tom.
Yes, sir.
The peer-to-peer learning and department, EMT is sharing their experiences with DE&I with whom?
The peer-to-peer.
Each other?
Yes, sir. What we were doing was sharing trends and things that are happening within their profession as it relates to DE&I. So if you were a fire chief, you may have consulted the National Association of Fire Chiefs and saw that there's an equity model out there. For me as a city management professional, I would have gone to my agency. So it was more sharing so we can get awareness of what's happening across the landscape of local government service. And we're sharing it with each other to kind of prepare the leadership team to help lead the work that must be done. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. And you said that this is exclusively for EMT, right?
That was the audience, yes, sir. Us sharing with each other.
Right. So here's my question. How diverse is the EMT?
I think it's very diverse. It changes a little bit over time, but they're, at the time.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to steal your thunder. I'll wait till the end.
Well, no, good questions, good comments, and happy to stop any time. Wanted to draw your attention to March, April. We began working and looking for formal learning tools for the executive management team as well as the middle management team, reviewing vendor product information, trying to find a pandemic-safe learning tool so we wouldn't all have to come together in a room at the height of the pandemic. Human Resources was providing diversity, equity, inclusion, learning opportunities for the workforce. Moving over to May, June, you can see that the peer-to-peer learning continued through that period of time. The Rise Together Advisory Employee Group continued. Internal communications through HR and communications were occurring. We formulated a diversity strategic plan and had a committee to help us prepare that. Also, we looked at analyzing our service and program programs using an equity lens, continuing that effort, if you will. I want to move to July, August. City Council awarded the DNI contract, significant investment. And I just want to take a moment and note also, July would have kicked off the FY 22-23 budget. Council enhanced the investments in diversity, equity, inclusion by $800,000 plus, with ongoing impact of $300,000+. Many people may not be aware of that. Housing, communications, enhanced programs at Maids Park, but just some of the elements along with standing up a DE&I office. Sort of want to share with you the roadmap, where we've been, where we're about to go to. So if you just started dot number one, working together to come up with a communication plan and strategy for the workforce. That kicked off in September. Members of council at the time in September, October participated in one-on-one meetings with Intellect. They really wanted to get your insights. They also had the same experience with members of the EMT teams. We had significant participation to help shape what are some of the questions that we may want to ask the workforce. So moving from the one-on-one interviews, we moved into the employee survey. Within a pretty quick turnaround, the interest in employees telling us what they were thinking was strong. We had over 45% response. The firm began working with the city leadership on review of its policies and procedures, wrapping that up this month. And we've also held in December the focus groups, 9 employee focus groups. Over 90 employees participated, a corporate focus group, as well as a citizens focus group. We're anticipating a written report with recommendations coming forward in March. We'll probably beat that date, but they're very thorough, and the recommendations will form the foundation for us building a 5-year strategic plan that we can utilize throughout the department, the agency. So again, I mentioned policies, practices, trends were reviewed, participation from various individuals. I know they reached out to practically every department, particularly if they had a separate departmental standard of procedures or standard manual of procedures. There were 3 areas that on the corporate roundtable, which Tony participated in. You want me to continue, Tony? You want to share?
Just briefly, one of the things that Intellect had asked us to do was to set up a couple of outside roundtables. Tom oversaw one of them, and I convened the other one. And we brought together some corporate leaders from some of the major employers here in town. Some folks from GE were on the call, folks from Live Oak Bank, any number of larger employers, Corning, those types of folks were on the call. It was a lively conversation. It was a jam-packed hour worth of information. I think two things that I took away from it was, one, that one of the participants made a comment about how unfriendly a community Wilmington could be if they wanted to be, and I thought that was interesting. And the other one that really set home with me came from one of the larger employers. And he said, if you want to be welcoming and encouraging, you need to do more than go beyond, or you need to go beyond the letter of the law. You need to go with the spirit of the law. And that really hit home with me with regard to that. So we had a good participation. We kept those folks on there for an hour, at least most of them. And I promised to follow up with each and every one of them. And it was a good opportunity for me to meet some of these folks too, because it was early on in my tenure.
Thank you, Tony. And you can see that the tool that Intellect used was sort of cities of choice, and they really used 3 pillars to sort of analyze quality of life, social capital, and economic opportunity. And so within that same context, the community group, which I facilitated, hosted along with Intellect, what I remember them saying was they really appreciated the Rise Together grants that the City Council approved last year. It was about $338,000 in this current fiscal year's budget. They said even though it was small, it was quick, and it was invitation only, there were needs based on the pandemic, and they were greatly appreciated. They also felt that while we're moving in the right direction, they want to continue to see the city take the lead in helping the community become more inclusive and welcoming. And so what we intend to do at a separate Monday agenda briefing, we will go deeper into that information with you. But for today's purposes, we simply want to let you know that it's there, and I'll send you some additional information out subsequent to this meeting. So recapping again, here's where we are. I know data means a little bit, so 29 one-hour one-on-one meetings, 452 employees surveyed, participating in the survey, 92 employees in the focus groups, roundtables, and now we're at the end where we're working on policies and practices and review. Going forward, what's next? We're right now in January. We're going to be working in February. If you go to dot number 2, the Chief Equity Inclusion Officer, the transition plan, the strategy, because Joe's going to transition more and more completely into this role, and also be sort of a tip of the spear in bringing the task force that will be working on the strategic plan based on the recommendations. We anticipate again that final D&I assessment report recommendations February, March. We'll formulate that task force in April. That would be a staff task force to prioritize the recommendations. We anticipate presentation in May and then kicking off and launching that effort in June. So I want to check and see if you have any questions, comments.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Back in the beginning, and I can't believe I have to bring this up again, we talked about that we were going to look at class and race and so forth and so on. I didn't see the word gender inequality in there, and we have, as I'll say again, women are 54% of the population within the city of Wilmington, and we have a number of females that are struggling for the 3 areas you're looking at: quality of life, social capital, and economic opportunity. Often women are limited in their employment opportunities due to the responsibility of childcare. Women are generally the victims of domestic violence, and women also are the victims of assault and rape. And I do think that we need to be sure to include gender, because we work very hard in our community trying to improve racial relations, but we don't do much in the way of trying to find some sense of equality for females. And I would really like to see us focus somewhat on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Pro Tem Haynes, you're absolutely right. And in fact, we keep saying, the city's D&I is all of the isms. It's the broadest of diversity. And part of that effort, to your point, to hear what women were thinking, the focus groups are divided up to provide women opportunities to come together and provide feedback to the consultant. Gender is a major component. The feedback we're hearing from the workforce preliminarily from INELEC is we need to tune in, and those are opportunities for us to work on better. So, from our perspective, is sex, gender, race, religion, where you're born. But to your point, gender is a strong element of it, and it won't be overlooked.
I don't think it's in one of, and I won't ask you to go back to it, but I don't think it's in some of your initial slides here. You've got race, class, and something else. But anyway, I appreciate.
Yes, ma'am.
Tom, just real quick.
Yeah.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
And appreciate the Rise Together initiative, the continued efforts of the city to ensure that all citizens enjoy the same opportunities, health, and prosperity. It's wildly important, and I'm glad we're taking that initiative. Being that this is a budget retreat, when can we anticipate seeing the actual financial implications to the city's budget? Would that, you said March or June?
In terms of financial implications, in terms of what we may be doing that may have an impact on the budget?
That's correct.
I think it becomes part of that strategic plan, and we work it in. The strategic plan, prioritizing it, I don't have an exact date at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom, I know that obviously the county is also doing something in regards to equity and inclusion. How will we work with them in regards to public policy? Because it's just not the 50 square miles of the city. This is a county that incorporates 234,000 people. You've got 4 cities within this county, and then you've got the county. And I know that Linda Thompson's over there doing their work there. How will we collaborate with them on issues or public policy that may affect the county and the city, or maybe they find something there that needs to be tweaked or worked on? How do we work with them?
Well, I'm going to leave that to Joe to determine, but one of the early conversations we've had is the need that the equity officers in New Hanover County come together and kind of work together. The school board has one, the county has one. On the Community Relations Advisory Committee meeting this week, we met New Hanover County Health Department had a social equity person on staff. So the growth and attention to equity, gender issues, health issues is growing, and so those resources we shouldn't be duplicating. And it's worth noting that when Mayor Sappho and I met with Live Oak Bank, issues of diversity and equity were shared with us, and they had an outside party saying, listen, the business case for this is we've got to recruit and attract persons with diverse skills. We can get them here, but they got to also feel like this place they feel welcome and belonging. And so those are issues I think that from an economic perspective should compel all of us to really look closely at the D&I. And it's not race only, it's gender, where you're from, your accent, do you have, nationality, religion. So again, there's as much of a human case to be made to do this work as it is an economic case, because I think Wilmington, and many of us do, it's the best place you can choose to call home.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I want to say great job, Tom, and welcome, Joe.
Well, thank you, sir. I can't take the credit. There's a big team, and so we all work together.
You and the staff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Thomas. Final item on the agenda today, Mr. Mayor, is the results of the citizen survey. Jared Patterson will present those, and hopefully he's got some enthralling information to give us.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, pleased to present you with the results from our community survey from 2021. And I want to begin real quick with an overview of the survey project. This is conducted every 2 years by the city, and we use a group called the ETC Institute. This is a paper copy of the survey that they send out right here. We've done it since 2007, and the purpose of it is to determine public satisfaction with city services as well as the perceived importance of those services to the public, so that we can get a real well-rounded picture of public sentiment towards the work that the city is doing. A random sample is utilized, and the household is the unit of analysis. This year we collected 625 surveys back. Our margin of error with that is 3.9 at a 95% confidence level. We conducted these surveys between September and October. ETC Institute gathered all of those surveys directly, compiled them into a data set, which we then were able to take in December of this past year. So this is a pretty fresh report. There were some new innovations this year that we incorporated into the survey project. The first one is that we are developing a data analysis relationship with Cape Fear Collective. sat down with them and their data scientists and went through many of the past surveys that the city has conducted and asked ourselves, what are some things that we can do better? How can we improve this project? And in particular, what can we do with this project to be able to develop a foundation of data that will help inform our decision-making and track our progress on in particular, our commitment to equitable service delivery throughout the city. In order to aid in this, we included this year an oversample of lower socioeconomic areas of the city. These historically have been underrepresented in some of the survey research, and so we wanted to make sure we had an ample number of respondents to be able to really drill down into the data in those particular areas. We also have a more streamlined instrument. We retained all of the benchmark. Yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I'm just curious. You said you got, what, 625 people responding to the survey. How many surveys went out?
I don't know the rate offhand. It was somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we tell them the number of responses, the number of complete surveys that we want to get back, and they will send out, anticipating what that response rate, they're going to send out a large number of surveys. If they don't get enough back, then they're going to send out to another group until we collect the full number. So we asked for at least 600, and they returned 625 to us.
Okay.
We retained all of the benchmark items in the survey where we can compare Wilmington with other communities, and then we retired some questions, we edited some questions, and then we added a few new questions as well. And we'll get to those as I go through the analysis. I also want to point out this is not the only form of gathering public opinion that we do. This is supplemented and supported by other feedback opportunities through the year, including all of our newsletters that we send out now have a survey component to them as well. And during the last calendar year, 1,431 residents responded to those surveys within the city newsletters. We do have a very representative look of the community. This is a plot of where every red dot is a returned survey. So this shows you where our surveys came from, and it is represented geographically as well as demographically of the city of Wilmington. And we did make sure that the oversample of the lower SES areas does not skew the overall top-line results. In other words, it's going to be weighted into the results so that you still have a proportional look at what the city opinion is. I want to begin with a few preliminary considerations as we look at the data to keep in mind. The first thing you'll notice is if you've seen these surveys for since 2007, you'll notice there's a lot of stasis. There's not necessarily a whole lot of change one year to the next. That does not necessarily mean that there is not an appreciation of the work that the city is doing. I kind of call it a moving goalpost effect. Just because something is a problem, something is perceived as having a high level of importance, doesn't mean that as you devote resources to addressing it, it's not going to continue to be on the forefront of somebody's mind. And I think particularly in a community that experiences growth, you're going to definitely see that, which we do in these results. The other thing I want to point out is there is a lot of satisfaction overall with the city of Wilmington and perception of the city's quality of life. And I think that as we look at the specific services that the city provides and the overall opinion of the public, it is good to keep that in mind, that on the whole, there is what I would consider a very high level of self-esteem, if you will, as a community. There is one exception that I would point out to the idea of there being a lot of stasis in the numbers, which is that we are seeing improvement in the public's perception of the local economy and job opportunities in the city. Over time, we are seeing that continually improve, and so I did want to point out that that is a notable exception to the otherwise stasis that we see in the numbers. I also want to point out that statistical inference is very context specific, meaning that when we look at these numbers, we also have to keep in mind that Wilmington is a very unique context, and so we're going to be dealing with certain factors that maybe other communities that we benchmark ourselves against don't deal with, not being in a coastal context, having a different infrastructure context than we do. And lastly, that public opinion reveals what I say is both priorities and disconnects. Knowing the public priorities helps us to become more responsive as a government, but there are also things that we understand as being priorities that are not reflected in the public's understanding. And so that really presents opportunities for us to be able to educate and bridge those disconnects that we see. I mentioned that we have a high overall level of satisfaction, so I want to show you these numbers real quick as we get started. The composite customer service index shows that if you see Wilmington relative to the national average of all the communities that the ETC Institute works with, we do stand above the national average in terms of how satisfied residents are with the services that they receive from the city. And I also want to point out, I mentioned that we have seen a positive trend in perception of jobs in the economy, and I highlighted that for you on the right, that you see that movement from 2007 through last year into the current year. I'm going to highlight a few of the questions for you. First, this is from a very basic level, overall satisfaction with city services. I think what really jumps out if you look towards the bottom of the graph here, you're going to see maintenance of city streets, stormwater, traffic flow jumping out as the biggest areas of public concern, which is not news. If you look at the trend over time, you also see that they're fairly sticky in terms of the trend data on those items. Moving forward to services that are most important to citizens, you see kind of three clusters of responses here. I would say at the top three, where we have public safety, traffic, streets. These are things that are either very high profile or you experience them on a daily basis, just your lived experience of the city. And these really pop out. If you go down to kind of the next tier, fire services and stormwater runoff, these are what I would consider to be, they're important. You don't necessarily experience them every day, but when you want them to be there. And you want them to be at a high quality. And then finally, we've got several services that they are important, but they are often perhaps even taken for granted, that they're very basic and important items that a city provides. In terms of satisfaction, I'd like to point out here, people really like living here. If you see kind of your top quality of life, there's a very high level of satisfaction with the quality of life living here. And if you look towards the bottom, satisfaction with items that influence life in the city, you really see that people feel the growing pains of a growing community.
Okay. When I look at that survey, to me it says like 60% of the people are dissatisfied with our growth.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that people really feel, as I would say, they feel the growing pains. They feel...
feel growing pains.
Correct,
I
yes.
thought you said, I'm sorry. I thought I heard that they were like excited about where we are living. Yeah. Okay, I got it. I apologize. Okay.
And then we can also look at the trend over time for that as well. And once again, you can see that while we have a lot of stasis in the numbers, we also do see positive movement over time in the availability of job opportunities, and I would say in a statistically significant way. Looking at people reaching out and contacting the city, you see that almost half of the residents said that they have reached out to the city over the past year. Here's a breakdown of the departments that they reached out to. You see that recycling and trash services is the largest of those. Nearly 4 in 10 who reached out to the city reached out to that particular department. And then of those who do reach out, they generally report that they've had a very good experience. They really like our people. They believe there's a high level of professionalism and kindness when they reach out to the city, which I think speaks well of those who are doing those jobs. I might also point out that while they really like our people, there's slightly less satisfaction with necessarily how well they think that their problem was resolved, although still, on the whole, far more satisfaction than dissatisfaction. I think it is also worth noting that cognizant of that, there are, I know particularly in public services, there is a concerted effort to really bridge that gap and make sure that citizens who are communicating a problem to the city are also having that feedback loop closed and told that their issue was resolved. Instead of just receiving it and going out and doing it, also making sure that those folks know, we heard you, we fixed your issue, and that there are also a lot of things that are taking place that maybe residents don't even know. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you go back to the last slide? So stormwater, which came up high on the survey, is that, am I correct in saying that that's the 5% or the 1?
Looks pretty low there.
Yeah. So I guess, what's the, why is that? Why is it showing up high on a survey that they're dissatisfied with stormwater, or they have concerns about stormwater?
Mm-hmm.
But when the city, if you contacted the city department most recently, it's only 5%. Is there a particular reason?
If not even lower than that, I think it's even lower than that. I believe it's the 1% item.
Is it the 1%? That's, I guess that's what I'm saying. I guess that's what I'm asking is, if it was such a high number on the original survey, at whatever it was, and then it's showing on this graph, or at least as far as them, somebody contacting us, it came out very low.
It did.
Strange. Okay.
And perhaps a proactive outreach opportunity for the city.
All right. Continue, I'm sorry.
Okay. Question 15 in the survey asks how residents rate the city of Wilmington. Again, I wanted to highlight to you that there is a very high level of kind of self-sense of the city and where we live as a place, that it is a good place. We experience a high quality of life. And then again, we see the trend data for that. And again, jumping out in the trend data, we see that once again, as a place to work or build a business, the economic health of the city continues to increase in terms of public perception. This is a new question that we added this year, asking what the most important challenges are that face the city. What I really was looking for here is I wanted to know, not just do you perceive that something is a problem or a challenge, but how salient is that? Is it really something that's at the top of your mind that you really feel is an important problem that we are facing? You'll notice, I can do math, but you'll notice that the numbers here do not sum to 100. What we're looking at is the number of respondents to the survey that listed this particular item as saying that it was a very important challenge. And we gave them three choices. So they had three choices out of a list to select what they believed were the most important problems in rank order. And this is what we see. Once again, traffic growth and development, public safety, all really kind of rising up to the top of public concern.
Was this the list that they had to pick from?
Yes, we selected a list. We put a list together. I looked at municipal surveys throughout the country to select those items to make the most comprehensive possible list. And then they were able to select from that. And there was an other option as well if they wanted to write something in that they didn't see reflected.
Okay.
Jared.
Yes.
Here again, I guess this is an education piece as much as anything from me too. If you look at the growth
rate of the city of Wilmington based on the census, it comes up very low. I think the county of New Hanover grew at 15%, Brunswick grew at 35%, and Pender grew up 25%, and I think we were maybe 0.9%, less than 1%. And yet the perception is that we have a growth and development issue. Obviously, we have a congestion issue because of the job creation that is within the incorporated 50 square miles of the city. Most of your jobs are here. How do we, or you, explain that to the general public, our citizens, based on what we're seeing in regards to our growth pattern and what in reality is actually happening on the ground? Can you do that, or is it even fruitful to do that, or just damn the torpedoes, is just the way it's going to be? People perceive it the way they want to perceive it, but the facts don't tell me that. Our struggle is we've got a lot of people using city services every single day, and we have to maintain those city services, and whether they're coming from outside of the area or inside the area, I think what we're finding is they're coming from a lot of people coming from the outside of the area. That's why I've always have asked that we have cameras showing the traffic coming into the city from Market Street, from Hampstead, from Pender County and Brunswick County to show the impact. But it's hard to translate that to people because this is what they're feeling. And I can't blame them. I mean, that's what I feel. So I said, well, it's probably happening within the incorporated city limit when you look at the actual growth. Yeah. So how do we even explain that? Is it even worth doing?
I think what this shows is that it is what I would call one of those disconnects that you want to be able to bridge.
One other question, yeah. and then you have growth and development, which is a serious concern, but yet I have availability of affordable housing, which means I have to build more housing. The number has been out there floating around of 10,000 additional homes. Well, you got a concern about growth and development, but you need a more affordable housing. So how do you bridge that?
Well,
how do you translate that to the citizen that is concerned about affordable housing, wants more affordable housing on the ground, but it's also concerned about growth and development?
I think you see clusters of issues that fit together. And it would also be interesting to see of those who say that growth and development, and 50% of the respondents to the survey said growth and development is a challenge facing the city of Wilmington. They also say, affordable housing, rising cost of living. So you see almost this kind of constellation of issues that speak to livability, affordability, of a growing community. And so I think you kind of see that they do kind of glob together as all being important and in some way related to one another. But I think that it is a point well taken that it is a good opportunity for us to be able to bridge gaps in public understanding when it comes to growth and development, because there are so many things that we are a part of, something that's happening regionally and not necessarily something that's happening within our corporate limits. So I also said that we oversampled lower SES areas, and I want to show you one of the first analyses that we ran using those data. And I'm actually going to jump down one slide and then come back to this so that you are able to see how we did this. But we're able now to kind of compare, because we have enough respondents in our survey, to be able to compare maybe how perceptions of challenges facing the city, this is the same question, may differ based on the part of town that you live in. And this is just our first cut. We've only had the full data set for about a week on this. But what we did was we took what you would call our qualified census tracts. It's a HUD term. And I've got census tract in the data file. And so I was able then to go back and say, okay, if you live inside of a qualified census tract versus living in another part of the city, does that change the way that you view the challenges facing the city? And what we saw in a few areas that popped, where if you live in a qualified census tract, those would be your lower SES areas, you see there is a higher sensitivity to the rising cost of living relative to the balance of the city. If you don't live in a qualified census tract, you've got a higher level of concern for traffic congestion, for example. But while you see some of these differences in the top challenges that people view as facing the city, you also you also notice that there's a lot of similarity as well, that there does seem to be similarity in terms of what overall are the challenges facing the city. They're kind of variations on a theme, if you will, putting accent marks in different places. And so this is the first one of those analyses that we ran. And we want to be able to build on this in the future, because now, by developing this within our survey techniques, we're going to be able to have some benchmarking, some way to kind of measure our progress as we work towards equitable service delivery. We also had a question that we added to the survey, which was the services and the resources that you believe that you receive in your part of the city, in your neighborhood. Is that about the same as what other parts of the city receive? Is it more? Do you think it's less? Just what is your perception of how the city is serving you in your particular neighborhood? And so in the whole, 6 in 10 of our respondents said that they feel like they get about the same level of service as other parts of the city, and about a third, a little less than a third, said that they feel like they get less. When you break this down by SES, you see that almost twice as many, if you live in a qualified census tract, almost half of our respondents who live in a qualified census tract said that they think that they receive less than other parts of the city. That doesn't mean that that is necessarily happening, but it means that that's the perception. And so that's something that we are then able to be attentive to. So I want to just kind of present some of those early analyses. We're going to continue to work with these data and analyze these data. The survey also gives us the opportunity to stack Wilmington up with benchmark communities, with other communities, with the nation as a whole. And so I wanted to put this here for you to look at how the city of Wilmington compares. You'll notice again, if you look towards the bottom, you see where we tend to have the lowest level of satisfaction is on street stormwater traffic, as we've seen throughout the survey. It is lower than our benchmark, other Atlantic region cities and the U.S. as a whole. But I also want to point out that you also see that the unique context of Wilmington impacts the fact that being a coastal city and having the particular issues that we have with infrastructure and inherited infrastructure that may have not been up to the standards that the city would have required or builds today certainly impacts what we're dealing with. I also have for you overall satisfaction with perceptions of the city. And then once again, you see that planning for growth is down towards the bottom. Again, this is not something that has really changed this year relative to previous years. But then if you look again at the overall rating of the community, you see that there really is a high level of satisfaction with the community as a whole and a sense of a high quality of life. So I've got a few of these matrices in here for you to take a look at. Here is where one of the things that the ETC Institute does is they take the level of how important you think a service is with how satisfied you are with that particular service. They butt those up against each other and they plot them so that you can see what are those areas where a service is very important, but there's also not a high level of public satisfaction with it. And as we've seen throughout the survey, it's really no surprise that what we see clustered in that bottom right quadrant, you're seeing streets, sidewalks, traffic flow, and storm water. I put in here for your reference a matrix that breaks down for each of the different types of services. I wasn't going to go through those, but I just want to call your attention to them. So I'm going to gloss over these, and then if you have questions, you can certainly let me know, and jump to some just initial conclusions, and then invite any other questions that you may have. The first is that there really is an overall appreciation for the quality of life in the city of Wilmington. There has been perceived progress on jobs in the economy, which really jumps out where otherwise we see a lot of stasis in the numbers and not much change over time. And that the public places a very high value on our core city services, streets and sidewalks, stormwater infrastructure, and public safety in particular, jumping out as services that the public places a high level of importance on. And then I also want to point out that the priorities that are expressed by the public reflect the lived experience of a growing city. So we see in these numbers that the public really experiences the strain of growth and the reality of, as I would say, the discrete resources that we have. They experience that through our public infrastructure in particular. Public infrastructure, of course, is a complex situation because there are many of the roads where the public experiences the strain of growth are not even city roads. That, to me, highlights, again, one of those gaps that we need to bridge when it comes to public knowledge and public understanding. And then you also see a cluster of priorities around issues of affordability and livability as well. So those are the initial conclusions that I wanted to highlight for you and invite any questions that you may have. And I'm going to get a full copy of this for you to look at.
Any questions for Jared? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you have a median age that responded to the survey?
Yes and no. The issue is that our unit of analysis is the household, and so we do ask the age of the particular respondent, but they're also answering for a household as a whole.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we do have those data, but you also kind of have to keep in mind that we're looking at households.
So when we say the number that responded, we're actually saying that's 600 and some households.
Correct.
Okay. Good deal.
I don't really have a question. I just think that's extremely important work to hear directly from the citizens and what they really need, and it helps council and staff shape what we're going to do for the year out. And I know it's not easy to pull that information and aggregate it like you guys did, but it is wildly helpful from, at least from a new council member standpoint, to see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
Manager?
As so eloquently put by Councilman Waddell, it does give us an opportunity to put our roadmap together for next year, and next 2 years actually, because we do this every 2 years. I've worked in communities where they don't do this, and the perception and the feedback can be completely different from the direction you need to go. So I applaud our community and our organization for doing that. Laura is trying to get pulled up on the screen right now. A couple of things that we've got as takeaways from today's meeting.
Good afternoon. As I stated in the beginning, I was following up on some of the things that we had been, there were comments or directions, so I just wanted to bring your attention to those. You can look at the red that's on the screen now. With regard to the acceleration of the transportation projects, staff will go back and look at strategic tax fee adjustments or fund balance options for streets, rehab, and stormwater. With regard to the compensation, priority should first be looked at with the turnovers in those categories that we had showed you in the presentation, as well as working to continue to be competitive with maybe remote work options. Competitive process was a new category that I put on there. We want to discuss with council the financial management policies about the percentage of excuse me, of the general fund that we award. March, we can bring back some comparisons of the agencies that are asking for funding. The known partners, sometimes like if, New Hanover County, it might be difficult for us to get that because they're going through the same concept as we are, but we will provide you as much as we know. Consider ARP reserve council category for possible funding needs. And then ARP at the bottom, we want to move forward with the UV lighting for the HVAC and relocation of the server, and then further look at the food desert programs for consideration. That's what I captured. and then the follow-ups are separate, but these are more of the directions for us to look at for the budget. Is there any comments, edits?
Anybody? You're good. You got it.
Thank you.
Hit it right on the head.
I want to thank all of you for hanging with us today and helping us work through this expeditiously. I do think one of the things my predecessor left me with was a good guidebook as to how to develop a cooperative budget, one going forward, that we meet your expectations and are able to do that within certain guidelines. So I appreciate his contribution to that, and more importantly, your dedication to being here on a regular basis. Our next planned meeting will be towards the end of March. During the months of February and March, we'll be getting in the requests from the departments. We'll be evaluating those. We'll be going over those with the departments, and then hopefully by the end of March, we'll have a good opportunity to come back to you and say this is where we stand, and talk to you about pivot points within the proposed budget that we may be able to work on. So you'll hear us go radio silent for couple months or so, but then you'll see us come back in March, and we'll come back to you with something that more closely approximates what you could term as a budget. Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask you what the budget instructions are to staff?
Laura?
We provided them several priorities, knowing that the number one thing we wanted to do was take care of existing staff and to slow the turnover. And so the compensation is definitely our number one priority. We also told them that we wanted to minimize increases in service with regard to core services and really look at what we need instead of what we'd like to have because of that priority of the compensation. So we're getting everything on Monday, and we'll be able to filter through, like Tony said, we have 2 months. And so there's a couple more that I can't remember. Those are the two most important ones. We're going to use fund balance strategically, kind of some of the things that are on your screen. If there's any RISE initiatives that they can link. And then, if we have any stop gaps in the system, we're also looking at those type of things to potentially fund.
Okay.
Does that help?
So prioritize your needs and give us a very short list of your wants.
Understanding the compensation is number one, yes.
Thank you.
And we've re-emphasized that, especially over the course of the past couple of weeks, as the compensation issue has come into focus. And we know that we're going to have a lot of folks asking for additional resources, but we've told them up front, taking care of the people you got is more important than getting more resources. So they understand that. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you again on Monday morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Be safe. Stand adjourned.